It's a dream chased by thousands of expats, setting up new lives in Europe.
It couldn't be any different than Scotland.
I feel like I've just been born.
There's great weather and property is amazing value.
Something like this in the UK would be well out of our reach.
But nothing in life is for free.
Look at that swimming pool.
Yeah,
wow.
it's way too much money.
So to pay their way, enterprising expats are aiming high.
That was amazing.
And going into business.
Oh, you've done brilliantly.
On this series, we're with a new group of Brits.
I think we just have opened a flower shop.
Setting sail and serving up in Spain.
Always happy customers here.
Running fishing lodges and B&Bs in France.
Oh, door's not on.
But will business boom? Or go bust?
We are quite literally dead in the water.
And will these new expats find happiness in the sun?
So proud of you and what you're setting out to do.
On today's show, when a yoga retreat business gets off the ground...
Congratulations. Thank you very much. It's all exciting. I'm going to pinch myself.
There's sleepless nights ahead.
We're sort of living on 4 or 5 hours sleep a night. I used to have 9 hours regularly before we came out.
Can a chef and his partner make a go of running a restaurant in Spain?
You took those cold and left all that hot food.
Because you didn't tell me it was ready.
Without driving each other up the wall?
Oh well. This could be an interesting career move.
And as summer bookings dry up...
It's a business and we've just got to try and think ahead and see where we're going to get bookings from. And at the moment we've got a big fat gap.
The holiday hosts try a new direction for their business.
It's been a long time since I've touched a strange man's carrot trousers. That came out wrong.
Over the last decade, the prices of homes in France have decreased in value, which has attracted a growing stream of Brits across the Channel hunting for property bargains. Of course, the more cash you have to splash, the more property you're going to get. For €1 million, you could even own your own hamlet. Like this one near L'Alondouce, with its 2 manor houses, a mill, a cottage, and 9 acres of private lawns. In the Charente, a 3-bedroomed house with attached 3-bedroomed cottage, 35 acres of land, 2 lakes, and an established carp fishing business will cost around $500,000. And that's around what Neville and Wendy Vokes have to spend on a new property.
45?
Where are you counting?
As their home and for running a yoga retreat near the Dordogne.
They are sisters.
Sometimes when you drive down the road, you could still think you're in England because the trees are a bit greener here than they are at home. But I just love it, yeah.
I feel that it's like going back 100 years and everything is serene. You know, you don't need to rush around.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
do
trying
definitely
to get
chill.
somewhere fast.
You do definitely chill
we'll
here.
Get there when we get there.
But it's not been an easy move. Their first house fell through, but now, after 9 days, they've found their ideal home. The 3-bedroomed house on the edge of the Dordogne is set in 5 acres of land, and attached is a separate gîte with 4 rooms. The property comes complete with a swimming pool and huge barn that would make an ideal yoga studio. And it's on the market, well in budget, for €335,000.
They found this house and I said, oh, come on, let's go and have a look at it then, I suppose. And it turned out to be a dream. It turned out to be a dream house and it's wonderful. Nice. Thank you very much.
3 days ago, they put in an offer and today they've discovered it's been accepted.
Fantastic. Hey, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Well done. Go and enjoy yourself. Try to relax.
Yes, thank you.
You have a good day. We done it. That was easy, wasn't it?
Yeah. And we got the paper.
We got the paper? Hey, we're away.
It's the sort of the beginning to the end, isn't it, really? You know, starting the process. Yeah, it's exciting time now. I wanted something, when people arrive, they get that wow factor. And I think the lovely oak beam barn we've got, I just imagine opening up the doors and they're going to go, wow.
After a few ups and downs, it's starting to come together for the Vokes. Wendy thought up the dream of running a yoga retreat after recovering from cancer.
Jimmy, come on. Come on. I've had 5 tough years. I've had to dig deep, and I said to Neville one day, look, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to, we put the house on the market. I want to go and run a yoga retreat. This is my dream. And I honestly said to you, didn't I? You don't need to come with me. Let's just split the house up. You have a flat here, maybe I come home to it, or you come out to me sometimes. This is what I want to do. And Neville actually said, well, I would like to do it with you, didn't you? Mm. And so it became really then our dream, didn't it, in a way? Mm.
The house won't be theirs until the paperwork is done and the money transferred, but Wendy and Neville are allowed back to view it again 3 days later. Terry, the estate agent, is waiting to greet them at the door.
Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you again.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's all exciting. I'm going to pinch myself.
The house is also more than €100,000 cheaper than the property they'd originally planned to buy, so they have plenty of spare cash to upgrade the gîte and house to accommodate both them and their future clients.
Hang on a minute. Hang on, I'm thinking.
And they can't stop making plans.
We could take this out, Neville. We could take all this out in time if we're going to have it as an office.
We hope to be putting this into 2 rooms, because this is massive.
We'll probably pave in there.
Yeah.
Leave a little bit of shingle, because then it would be nice. You could even do yoga out here.
Yeah.
But they aren't seeing eye to eye on everything.
No, but I think I'd rather have an ensuite here for guests to come to, not share a bathroom.
Yes, I say eventually, once we go...
No, not eventually, if we can get one in.
Wendy wants to open it tomorrow.
Hello.
That's electric, Wend.
Oh, is it? As if you know what the inside of an oven should look like.
I know what it looks like. I'm going there every day.
Yeah, right.
It's just the beginning of their new life, though. Now they face the Herculean task of turning the property they've bought into a yoga retreat they've been dreaming of.
We need to get an overall picture of what we're going to do so that when all the paperwork's gone through, we can just go, bang, let's get on with it.
Almería in southern Spain. An area of outstanding beauty, blessed with dramatic landscapes and a dry, hot climate. Here, the sea and desert coexist alongside some of the most fertile agricultural lands in Spain. Over 15,000 expats call this diverse region home. From the busy bars and restaurants along its beautiful coastline, to the traditional desert villages offering a more tranquil way of life, which catering manager Lee Bradford and salesman Peter Thompson are still getting used to.
When we first moved here, because it's so quiet, it's like, oh, this car's gone past, car's gone, so it's all at the wall, looking to see who'd gone past.
It's now 2.5 years since they traded in their busy lives in the UK for the quiet life running a business renting out holiday cottages in the pretty secluded village of El Puertecito.
I can't say we've looked back since, really.
England is very crowded and everyone's rushing. It's not as full on as
it is very laid back.
Their rural location means property prices are low. Peter and Lee purchased 4 traditional country houses for the price of a 1-bedroom flat in their former hometown of Watford. They then completely renovated the properties into holiday lets, creating 11 bedrooms, 10 bathrooms, 4 kitchens, and 2 swimming pools.
Did you polish the taps in the bathroom?
No, I thought I'd leave them.
It's now June, and while their first season was a success,
People coming back.
We've had people come back this year. The people who are here this year are coming back next year. So that's always a good sign that you're doing something right.
they decided to convert one of the cottages to a restaurant after feedback from visitors.
I like having a local bar I can walk to.
You're not the first to have said that.
So if you could put one in.
Fine, no problem.
They're ploughing their cash into it, hoping the restaurant will be a draw to customers renting their accommodation as well as local trade.
One of the nicest rooms, it was a bedroom. This is now going to become the kitchen. You can see from my kitchen planning all the gaffer tape on the floor.
Here's one we made earlier.
The building is the village's original farmhouse.
We're going to leave that there.
If you take that out, the ceiling's going to come down.
Okay. Oh, we'll leave that. We'll leave that. Should we leave that in then? That bit.
And the 300-year-old structure is offering up some challenges for Peter and Lee.
So when you take the walls down, it looks as though it'll never stand up.
Yeah.
There's only been a main road to this village in the last 12 years. It would have been very isolated originally. So when they built with what they had.
Most of the roofs and the ceilings there'll be concrete and tiles, but underneath will be like bamboo, because bamboo just grows here wild. And then you can see up there, you can see all the bamboo and the actual ceiling.
And the walls contain some less desirable substances.
All over there was donkey poo and straw.
That well-known building substance. The odd branch of a tree they found somewhere. Don't pull it out, will they?
No, so they'll dig all that out and pack it with concrete.
It's a gamble for Peter and Lee, as losing a holiday home means their rental revenue will be cut by a quarter.
This used to be the kitchen in the house. It was a bit of a double-edged sword, because you know how much you paid to have the kitchen put in the first place, and now you're knocking it down.
And expensive building work isn't the only challenge on their hands this summer. While Lee has a lifetime of experience in catering, Peter has none. Could this in itself be a recipe for disaster?
A friend of ours said, this is going to be 40 towers, but in a restaurant, isn't it?
You're going to be Basil or Sybil?
I'm Sybil. At the front doing nothing, but making it look really good.
Exactly.
And you're in the background annoying everyone. There you go.
The Midi-Pyrénées in southwest France. New home to Richard and Lindsay Watterson. After a summer of hard work, the new holiday hosts finally have some free time to immerse themselves in local culture.
The people are very friendly. They're very friendly to us.
I find the French very friendly, especially down here.
The French love their village fêtes. It's a chance for neighbours to get together to eat, drink, and enjoy a spot of entertainment. After a summer running their newly refurbished cottage, the couple are now getting to grips with hospitality.
Bonjour!
Bonsoir!
Knock, knock!
And their latest guests are even giving them the opportunity to show off their newly acquired French skills.
Enjoyed the week here. La semence ici, c'est très joli, c'est bon.
Ah oui,
Oui,
non.
oui, c'est bon.
And the cultural exchange continues as their guests teach them the art of the French game pétanque.
J'ai joué toi. Ouais.
C'est comme ça ou comme ça?
Comme ça.
Comme ça.
Pas comme... Non, pas comme ça.
Comme ça.
Oui, ok.
Stop! À l'autre.
Ah, ok. My French is not as good as your French.
Your French is French with a German accent.
Et l'anglais, backspin.
Comme ça.
Oh.
Comme ça.
It's different when you actually get here and you're faced with people speaking it back to you. That's when you go into meltdown.
Joli visiteur. Oui. Oui.
Joli visiteur? Sympathique. Visiteur. Sympathique. Qu'est-ce que c'est joli?
Joli, c'est beau. Beau.
Oh oui, c'est bon, c'est joli. Pas les hommes, les femmes sont jolies. Oui.
But it seems Lindsay's charm is better than her French skills.
Merci.
The next morning, Richard and Lindsay are saying au revoir to their last long-stay guests of the summer season.
Au revoir.
But they can't afford to put their feet up just yet. So they're trying their hand at something new to keep customers coming through the quieter winter months.
Over the low season, I think groups of 10 people are going to be few and far between. So we decided that we'd do a bit of bed and breakfast. So we could have guests for 1 or 2 nights. That was the thinking behind that, is money, really. It was just purely financial.
The Wattersons have decided to take their marketing into their own hands, and with winter bookings on their mind, they have a cunning plan.
Today, 35 degrees outside, but inside it's Christmas. Okay, what we're doing today is we're decorating this fireplace, this corner of the gîte, the lounge, for Christmas, to photograph and to try and push out there for Christmas business and out of season business, because it'd be a fabulous place to come. My elf.
So what are we going to do? We've got a tree.
We've got a tree.
It might be hot enough to toast a croissant outside, but Richard's still in a festive mood.
Oh, I love Christmas. Best bit I love about Christmas is the music. I love it. Lifts the spirits and it just captivates.
We want them to walk in and think, yes, we've used our imagination and we're forward planning.
Come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh!
It's a business and we've just got to try and think ahead and see where we're going to get bookings from. And at the moment we've got a big fat gap, so we need to get some bookings. Oh, you brought Noel!
No. That's French for Christmas, isn't it?
No. It is, Noel.
They hope B&B customers will see them through winter, but Christmas could be a chance to secure a lucrative week-long rental.
It's fine, it's not perfect.
No.
But I think I quite like that.
Richard and Lindsay need as much publicity as possible for their winter wonderland.
Hi, Katrina, how are you?
Hi, Richard.
Nice to meet you, I'm Richard.
Nice
Hiya.
to meet you. Hi, Lindsay.
Mwah.
So today, a journalist from a French lifestyle magazine has come to do a feature on them. And fortunately for them, Katrina is a fan of Christmas too.
Yeah.
Oh, this is lovely. Christmas trees.
I know.
Oh, feeling festive already.
The couple know selling the story of their dream new life might just give them the exposure they need.
What was it that made you want to make the move out to France?
Change of pace of lifestyle, really, wasn't it?
We couldn't dream of having this kind of property in the UK.
You've got to pinch yourself now and again.
Their interview and photos showcasing the gîte will make a 4-page spread in the magazine, which has a readership of over 40,000.
That's great, I hope you got everything you wanted.
Oh,
yes.
That's really
Thank you for coming.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for having me.
awful long way to
really-
come for
It's been lovely.
an interview, but at least they have sunshine.
This definitely beats a day in the office, so I'm like, anytime.
A successful write-up could be great publicity for the Wattersons.
Well, it's absolutely gorgeous property and lovely light, airy feel. Couldn't really beat it for a holiday. And I think they're a really inspiring couple, so it'll be really telling their story of how they made their dream come true.
Could this mean a steadier stream of bookings going forward? Or will they need to do even more to increase their exposure to potential guests? Almeria in southern Spain. Holiday home entrepreneurs Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford have made the bold decision to turn one of their rental properties into a brand new restaurant.
We have 3 dining areas, so each area holds 12.
12.
So when we're open, we'll seat 36 in total.
After months of building work, it's finally complete. What was a kitchen is now a restaurant. And the bedroom is a professional kitchen.
We won't talk about budget, so I'll start crying.
We've spent all the money that we'd put aside for it. There's nothing left over.
It's been a huge financial investment, and the couple now need to adapt quickly to their new roles in the business.
I'm front of house.
Or in Lee's words,
I'm in charge, and Peter's wiping tables. Basically, that's how it works.
it's early July and Peter and Lee are finally ready to open their restaurant's doors to their very first customers this evening.
quite a strange feeling because it feels as though it's been building up to get to this stage for ages. And then suddenly you're woken up and it's like, flipping hell, we're here. We've got to do it now.
They have 16 people booked for their dinner service in just 4 hours' time.
Oh, this is filthy. Have you got the Hoover?
And with just the two of them, the pressure is on to get prepared.
Lee, do you want...
What?
Can we move these tables down a bit?
Yes.
Someone, I'm not saying who, but someone will come in and check it.
If you mean Lee, it looks like he's got his hands full with the food.
Come on, dry.
Lee has designed the whole menu from scratch. He used to manage a team catering for 13,000 people, so food is his forte.
It's a no-bake strawberry lemonade cheesecake.
Peter, not so much.
Crispy.
Merzela and squid.
Who's Merzela?
It's a whitefish. Just say whitefish.
So gnocchi is made with pasta dough?
Potato.
It's potato. God, I'm useless at this.
As the nerves take hold, a little first night tetchiness is beginning to creep in.
Right. Thank you, Executive Chef. Smile.
What, you're bitching on about me being ready?
It didn't take me as long to get ready like it does you do.
Yeah. Everything's done out there.
Do you want to go through it?
No.
It's a good job, as the very first customers are coming their way.
Please come in.
Can they both manage to keep their cool, or have they bitten off more than they can chew? In the tranquil Midi-Pyrénées, Lindsay and Richard Watterson finally have the spare time to relax and enjoy their new life in the sun. But chilling out in the pool won't bring in the euros. As the summer season comes to an end, weekly cottage rentals have slowed, so Richard and Lindsay have started their plans to offer shorter B&B stays. And they've just landed their first booking after marketing the property at the local racetrack.
We've got 8 guys come in tonight for 3 nights. It's for the historic weekend, and it's going to be a fantastic weekend for them racing. I'm really looking forward to it because I love historic racing. It'd be great to see it. But yeah, it's different because we've got to give them breakfast in the morning. Normally we just hand over the keys and that's it, just crack on with it. But now we've got to give them breakfast, turn beds around the next day and so on and so forth.
Just 10 minutes drive from the Wattersons' home, the Nogaro circuit is a mecca for motorsports enthusiasts. When it opened in the 1960s, it was France's first purpose-built racetrack. It still attracts over 300,000 visitors a year, right on Richard and Lindsay's doorstep. And it's not just spectators who need a place to stay. The latest guests are a team of racing car drivers taking part in this weekend's competition.
I'm excited about getting it right. I'm excited about it because I've never done bed and breakfast before. To most people that won't sound exciting. But when you're making money from it, it becomes exciting. And I just want to do it right. Because these guys might come back, they might come back, they might bring their wives. They might come back for a week's holiday sometime. So just making it nice.
The 8-man racing team will be paying more than €800 for their bed and board, a welcome income for the Wattersons.
The reality is, we aren't retired. We're here to work, and this is work, and it's money, and it all boils down to that at the end of the day, doesn't it? So every couple of nights we get of this, it helps us balance the books.
As the night draws in,
What are you doing that?
Blown into my hand.
Richard and Lindsay are discovering the drawbacks of being B&B hosts.
Kind of thought they might have been here by now, but I'm saying it's okay. It's only 10 to 10. It's not really late. So it could be a problem. If it started creeping into really late, where you've got to wait up for people, it could be a problem. But then
You're on shift where one stays up and one gets up
oh
for
no, you
breakfast.
don't, because you go and put the key in the door, and they just let themselves in.
After a busy day getting everything ready and an early breakfast shift in the morning,
We can leave a key in the door for you.
the first ever B&B guests will have to let themselves in tonight.
Right, should we hit the road, Jack?
I've had enough. Today needs to go to bed.
At 6 o'clock the next morning, Richard and Lindsay's new role of B&B hosts begins.
Lacking strength. Too early.
That won't be enough jam for 8 people.
I've had this discussion with myself. There's jam, there's cheese, it's not the only thing.
A couple of scoops out of that and it's gone.
As well as the jam, Lindsay and Richard have put on a spread of croissants, cheese and breads for the racing team guests.
It's the original Meals on Wheels. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, did you sleep okay?
Of course we did. We
Good.
arrived a little bit late.
It's okay, it's no problem. No problem.
They arrived late and
Much
we were
later.
much later.
The guests may not have had much sleep, but the beautiful surroundings of their B&B has certainly been a good start to their day.
Paradise in France. The paradise is in France. Comment on dit? C'est superbe.
Superb.
Superb. We don't want to go to the circuit. We want to stay here for the day.
There's your breakfast, gentlemen. Enjoy. There's coffee being made there. If you prefer tea, the kettle is there. Enjoy, and we will see you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As the guests leave for the day, Lindsay is about to experience her first maid duties.
I feel like I'm entering into a secret world. It's very new. I've never made a strange man's bed before. I don't know what else to touch. What do you do? What do you do?
It's a far cry from hosting weekly gîte rentals.
It's been a long time since I touched a strange man's pair of trousers. That came out wrong.
Men's trousers aside, it looks like Richard and Lindsay's new direction could be a great move for their business.
It actually does feel like it's coming together, and I can't actually believe it. You do all these things and you feel like you're labouring away for an unknown person who you don't know when they're going to come, you don't know whether they're going to like it, but you still work. Richard was so happy this morning. I've got another inquiry this morning for more bed and breakfast, and it's just like, yeah, it's another side to it that we hadn't kind of anticipated.
It's August, and on the edge of the Dordogne, after months of living in rented accommodation, Wendy and Neville Vokes have just got the keys to their new home.
Yeah, they're in the door. I want to go and look in the kitchen.
It has cost them €335,000. They're planning to turn it into a yoga retreat.
Oh, a lizard. Oh.
This is the first time they've been inside since the house officially became theirs.
We knew it was going to happen, but it's sort of, actually, you kind of got to pinch yourself to think that this really, really is our house now. And it's, have we done the right thing? No, we have.
That's it. That's me settled.
Neville might be ready to relax, but Wendy wants to share the news with their 4 grown-up children in England.
Hello! Guess what? We just bought a house. I can hear you screaming. I knew you'd scream. Thank you very much, lovey. Thank you. Yeah, it's great. Won't be long before you're here, will it, though? No, I'm a bit emotional. I can't help it. I can't help it. Yeah, nice hearing your voice too, lovey. I love you too. Bye-bye. Bye. I get so emotional because she's our youngest one. It's silly, but yeah, she was so pleased.
It's one thing moving in, but their house won't feel like home until the rest of their personal possessions arrive. 3 days later, all their worldly goods turn up a bit sooner than expected.
They've come a day earlier, so it's a bit of a different mindset. It's like panic. Oh, that's got to go there. Whereas tonight I was going to do a little plan of what was going to go where. Washing machine goes through there.
Can that go in the front room?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The main house. Oh, my coffee machine! Oh, I love it.
I didn't realise we had quite so much. I knew we had a lot of stuff, and we've got a lot of rooms, but I didn't know we had quite this much.
Amongst all the boxes, it's amazing what Wendy and Neville dig out.
He found his gong then. Oh, I love my bike. I didn't realise you bought them. Ooh. Ooh. Yes! Oh, the tyres are flat. I'm in the wrong gear.
And of course, there are treasured reminders of the family they've left behind in the UK.
Oh, I can't look at that because it upsets me. Sorry. It's been a lot. It's been 3 months of coping with living in 3 or 4 different places, living out of a suitcase, and now it's all here. So I've got everything now. My whole life is here, and it will be good. But it's just so emotional at the moment.
Soon the last few boxes are unloaded and their mammoth move is complete.
They just got it in, didn't they? Crammed it right to the very back. Now the work starts.
I know. Yeah, but this is what we came for, to have a life in France, have a business in France, and now we can start.
When's it going to start?
And that work starts straight away. While the sun is shining, Wendy and Neville decide to tackle the mountain of garden maintenance on their 5 acres of land.
This is quite a large wood. It goes all the way down and round. There's some pretty orchids here as well. And there's lovely butterflies. We will cut this back a bit.
The couple plan to cut out a number of new pathways through their woods for tranquil walks and natural spaces for meditation.
It's a wood that hasn't really been loved.
Luckily, Neville is a former landscape gardener, so he knows where to start.
We're not going to do a lot, to be fair. It's apart from trimming stuff back. We're basically, I think we're basically keeping it as it is, with just the exception of adding a few things. You know, we've got lovely fruit trees up there. We've got a vegetable garden that needs clearing out. We're almost self-sufficient here.
I lent Neville the money to buy his first truck with, didn't I?
Here we go.
I think he still owes me 50 quid as well.
Yeah, I've been paying ever since.
It's a bit of a busman's holiday for Neville, but the weather and surroundings are making all the difference.
Can you hear that? Nothing. You know, it's just glorious.
It may be pleasant work now, but Wendy could be about to change all that.
Behind every successful man, there's a very good woman with a stick.
Yeah.
Wendy wants the barn completely renovating into a yoga studio in time for a grand opening on her birthday in September. At the moment, though, it's a leaky cowshed.
So we're going to take the whole lot off, and then they're going to retile it. The front doors are coming off.
The work will cost the best part of €50,000 to complete, and Neville intends to do a lot of the work himself.
The barn has got to be right. Everything hinges on the barn. So hopefully I can get on and start pointing in the walls. And then once that's done, just these inside bits, we can get the floor in and we can open it up.
Can they realise their dream in just 6 weeks' time? Almeria in southern Spain. Peter and Lee have just welcomed their first customers to their brand new restaurant. It's a nerve-wracking moment for Peter, who has never worked in catering before. But initial impressions seem positive.
I love the way that it's split off into little dining areas.
I think they've done a lovely job with the place. Let's just hope the food's good.
Over to you, Lee.
No, I don't know what I'm doing.
Twee lamb, bit pink if you can.
Pink if I can.
The orders are coming in thick and fast.
Fish cakes for me, please.
Serrano ham stuffed chicken.
The fish cake and this chimichurri stuff.
3 lamb, 1 chicken.
But they're not going out as quickly as Lee would like.
Peter! Peter! Sit and wait, shall we?
He might be waiting a while.
I'm trying to think what the name of the restaurant was.
So Lee adds waiter to his list of duties tonight.
What's he doing here?
Good chance of another bottle of wine, chef.
Another bottle of wine.
Yes.
Peter's sensing a little tension. Time to lighten the mood.
Service!
Well, that went well.
I thought it would be me getting stressed, not him. Oh well. This could be an interesting career move. Lee's problem is he has to do everything and not just stick to this bit. Don't worry about me, I'll sort it out.
Time for the second course and the second chance for Peter.
Has he not taken any of it?
He has, just not the right plates.
Why take cold foods and leave hot foods?
Once again, Lee must don his waiter's cap. And once again, he's not happy.
You took those cold and left all that hot food.
Because you didn't tell me it was ready.
I did,
I'm not going to argue, but
it's my fault, isn't it?
Despite the heat in the kitchen, the customers are impressed.
Pork is absolutely gorgeous. Really, really lovely.
Chicken stuffed with ham is very nice.
It's sweet pea gnocchi in a tarragon cream, and it's really nice.
Very nice. I just hope he can keep the standard up.
In fact, they've even landed some potential business for their holiday rentals.
In fact, we were saying we came back, see if we could stay over.
At the end of service, there's no complaints. In the dining room, at least.
Well, now you've calmed down, stop shouting and moaning.
Hot food needs taking.
Yeah, I know it does, but that's where you have to wait, and the person driving the whole thing and running it and everything and wiping the tables has to tell you what to do.
Anyway, we're very well.
Yeah, love it. Hugs and kisses.
On the edge of the Dordogne in southwest France, Wendy and Neville Vokes have bought a farmhouse with the intention of turning it into a yoga retreat.
Can we stop now?
They have a huge task to complete the renovations in time for a grand opening on Wendy's birthday just 6 weeks after moving in. The barn is the biggest part of the project. They plan to turn it into a yoga studio. But at the moment, it's an old cowshed with a leaky roof.
So you've got all the old yokes where they used to milk the cows, and they put their head through, and then they'd feed out of the trough, and they'd milk them the other side. So the heads would come through there.
The roof is going to cost them about €28,000, and they're employing a team of expats to do it. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few earths, and it's the same when renovating roofs. Destruction before construction.
I didn't realise they were going to smash them all like that. They're breaking my tiles. They're breaking my tiles up.
Except for the barn roof, Neville and Wendy are going to do most of the renovations themselves, but that means they've a punishing schedule ahead. Next big job, repointing the whole barn.
We could point it in with a pointing trowel, but it'd take forever. You just throw it in the joints.
We get here around about 9 o'clock and we go on till about 6, but the last few days it's got quite addictive. So we keep saying, oh, let's mix up another mix. And then we put that in and Neville says, what do you think? I said, yeah, let's do another mix. So it got a little bit addictive, so we can save money by doing it ourselves. So how much have we saved, Neville?
We've done about 120 square metres so far.
So we will save about €5,000 doing it ourselves. Yeah. And that's a lot of money.
And there's no end to the Vokes skills. Wendy's even turning her hand to a spot of stone masonry.
I'm creating
a date stone.
A date stone. Because I think it's quite poignant that that's 1816 and this is 2016. That's quite a round number.
She won't go up there and put it up there, though.
Come on. I couldn't get it. You got it. Oh. Let me go out here and see. Let me see if it's in the right place. Yeah, it's straight. Could you step away from the ladder? I need to see it. Just smooth a little bit of the side there. That's absolutely perfect.
With a shiny new roof and repointed walls, the beams now need staining.
Rock and roll, baby.
And Neville's hired a cherry picker.
No, I think it looks great. Oh, I'm excited. I want to come up and do some.
We'll do some then.
No, I don't like heights.
But throughout the toil, Wendy can always find a moment to appreciate the perks of her new lifestyle.
Oh, it's lovely. Oh. Neville's coffee can wait a few minutes. I say to him sometimes, I'm just going to go down and I'm going to put the washing out and I'm going to do da, 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 and I can run into the bedroom, put my swimsuit on.
Really?
And I'm swimming.
Really?
Sometimes I swim 3 times a day.
2 weeks later, and Wendy and Neville are making good progress on the yoga studio. A new mezzanine is nearly finished, and glass doors have been hung at the entrance.
What's middle?
That's great. Yep, super.
But the work seems to be taking its toll on Neville.
I was worried that he works so hard and he's so tired and then he doesn't always sleep so well. I think he's thinking of what he's got to do next.
We're sort of living on 4 or 5 hours sleep a night. I used to have 9 hours regularly before we came out. And I do worry if Wendy sleeps too long because I've got to keep her working. You know, there's a lot to do.
Their deadline for opening is fast approaching. It will take all their energy to get everything ready in time. Next time, can Wendy and Neville pull in the punters?
I'm setting up a yoga retreat not far from here. Is it something you might be interested in? No.
Will the Wattersons' new marketing plan put them on the fast track to success?
Really hope to get some more business from here.
So hopefully, before they go, we'll get a penciled-in booking for next year.
And can Peter and Lee sort out their differences?
I've taken all of your comments on board.
And I'm ignoring all of them.
Or will too many cooks spoil the broth?
We're supposed to be running a business and it feels like we couldn't run a bath at the moment.
Every year, thousands of Brits leave the UK in search of a dream in Europe.
Look at that sunrise now, beautiful.
I could almost die and go to heaven, and this is what it would be like.
There's sunshine, scenery and a great quality of life. But all this has to be paid for.
Yes, we bought our house!
So to fund the dream...
This is part of our working day now.
Brits are jumping in and starting up businesses.
There's absolutely no way that we can host a wedding in this marquee.
On this brand new series, we follow a fresh wave of expats.
Just like a pregnant Hollywood star.
Running B&Bs and boats in Spain.
It's another day in the office.
Vineyards and villas in France.
One day you might be drinking that.
But will they make it? Or break it?
If we don't start getting bookings, it's going to be a bit of a problem.
It's going to be intense.
And will these new expats find happiness in the sun?
This could be a new life in the sun for us.
On today's show, a British charter boat sets sail in southern Spain.
It's a great way to explore the sea and feel like a dolphin.
But with stiff competition, will this business survive?
This has got to produce enough money to grow the business and we get more boats.
And feed us.
Yeah, we don't even think about it not working.
Two expats celebrate their successful first year in Spain.
It took me years to get her to move. Then she said to me the other day, we should have done this years ago.
As new family members move over.
Hola! Welcome to Spain.
Will they be as successful as the parents?
Great to see you. Cheers.
And an ambitious B&B renovation project.
This is what I do all day, every day. So I get up in the morning, I'm enthused, and I get on with it. And it's amazing how much you can do in a day.
But with no building experience, will this expat couple last the course?
Things are going far too smoothly, so something's going to go drastically wrong, I have no doubt, soon.
The Dordogne region in southwest France, with around 60 weekly markets to choose from, showcasing delicious local produce and many different types of wine to savour, it's no wonder this region attracts thousands of holidaying Brits every year. Among those who've decided never to leave are Eileen Draper and Richard Brown. They've left Cheshire behind to embark on a new life together after a leisurely few years of dating.
Been together 10 years, but no, we haven't lived together before we came over here. Some people said we're crackers. Well, I'm crackers. I don't think they said that about you.
What, you mean you're mad to go and live with him?
You're doing what? With who?
Hello.
After months of research, former finance director Richard and Eileen, who ran her own sandwich shop back home, bought this 15-bedroom mansion for €798,000. They'll run it as a B&B whilst also living in it.
What I sold my house for in the UK was what I basically paid for this. So I swapped a 4-bedroom house with a separate barn, the same price that we bought, 15 bedrooms, an old farmhouse refurbished, and acres of prime French countryside.
With a swimming pool.
I just came up the driveway and I thought, wow, I could see myself living in a place like this.
I thought it was too big for us.
You did, didn't you?
I did.
You did.
I thought there was no way we'd be able to cope with that.
And after living here for the last 6 months, it looks like Richard's starting to see Eileen's point.
One of the things I must get is a sit-on lawnmower because it's huge, and this takes 10 hours.
Richard and Eileen's new property has 2 gîtes and a studio flat. At the moment, they can accommodate up to 26 guests, but they're also in the process of renovating another 2-bedroom gîte.
This is what I do all day, every day. So I get up in the morning, I'm enthused, and I get on with it. And it's amazing how much you can do in a day. It lends itself to large sort of groups. And for me, it's about going away somewhere that we would want to go to, basically.
Yeah, so
in a nutshell, would we come to La Colombière for our holidays? Answer, yes, we would.
Absolutely, yeah.
Having spent €798,000, finances are tight, which means that the couple are having to do the renovation work themselves.
We only had a certain amount of budget. I haven't sold the shop yet, the shop in the UK.
Yeah, that was
part of our capital budget. So now we've just got to try and do as much as we can.
Oh, they're not light.
With their first big booking, a party of 18, due to arrive in just 6 weeks' time, the pressure is on to complete the work in their final gîte.
We've got lots of work to do in this place, so it's like every day's like this at the minute. It's just non-stop, non-stop.
Will Richard and Eileen adapt to living together whilst managing a huge amount of work and a big career change?
Things are going far too smoothly, so something's going to go drastically wrong, I have no doubt, soon.
Oops.
Andalusia in southern Spain is one of Europe's warmest and sunniest areas. It's famous for its legendary fiestas and relaxed lifestyle, all accompanied by tapas, a selection of small savoury dishes made to complement drinks. In the small resort town of Calahonda, one couple have decided to play the Spanish at their own game. Craig Hyatt and girlfriend Robin have grand plans to turn this run-down Italian restaurant into a high-end tapas wine bar.
We like that idea of doing the tapas with a twist, essentially. You know, so we're doing that, and we're going to do fine wines. And it's going to be a vinoteca, so it's just a wine shop as well.
Scottish Craig has lived in Canada for the last 10 years, where he worked as a hotel food and beverage manager. It was there that he first met waitress Robin.
She liked my lavender shirt.
I liked his lavender shirt, yeah.
That was a big joke at work. She told me all the girls at work thought I had a boyfriend. Because they weren't used to someone that irons their clothes, polishes their shoes, all that kind of stuff. Because Canadian men just like fling on hoodies and
they don't pay as much attention.
They're not used to managers that do that stuff.
For Craig, the move back to Europe has been on the cards for a while, but for Robin, who's only ever lived in Canada, this is a huge gamble.
It's a difficult decision, right? You know, to leave where you were. He's done it, though. Like, you know, he left where he was born and raised and ventured out for a new life, and
yeah.
Thought to myself, I don't know what was holding me back.
Yeah, like getting a little tired of the minus 30 in the winter. You know, I'm looking forward to complaining when it's 15 degrees in the winter. I'm still looking forward to that.
The couple have just bought this restaurant's lease for €25,000. They have set themselves a deadline of 5 weeks to have everything ready to open.
We'll have a look at this. We'll turn this on eventually and see if I need to buy a new stove or not.
But the restaurant has been closed for some time, so there'll be lots of work involved.
See how bad this is still. Oh yeah, I hardly touched that. It's almost like chewing gum was holding that up. Look.
As he goes about opening his first independently owned restaurant, Craig will have a good business model to follow. His dad Steve, who moved from Scotland last year to open the Blue Marlin restaurant just 3 miles down the road with stepmom Alison.
Yes, I suppose we're living our dream. So you can't really ask for much more than that, can you?
Took me years to get her to move. And then she said to me the other day, we should have done this years ago.
Business has been booming for Steve and Alison since they opened 13 months ago.
We're certainly much happier here without a shadow of a doubt, you know. Hola! Welcome to Spain!
So nice to see you back. Craig and Robin's arrival means that the family is finally reunited in Spain after spending almost 12 years apart.
Oh, wow. Stunning.
Yeah. On a clear day over there, you'll see Africa. And Gibraltar over there. It's the Atlas Mountains you can see over there. Yeah. And the Sierra Nevadas we can see over there with the snow on the top when it's a clearer day.
So in the winter you can ski in the morning and sunbathe in the afternoon.
Yep. Sure you'll get used to it.
My dad and Alison being out here has played a huge part in where we decided to buy our restaurant. I'm not even sure I might have even picked Spain if they weren't here, to be honest.
Ooh.
Oh!
The sound of celebration.
Well, it's your new life in the sun.
Cheers, guys. Cheers to your new life in the sun.
But as Alison and Steve start another evening at their Blue Marlin restaurant, They know from bitter experience that it won't be an easy ride for Craig and Robin.
A lot of people have tried it and failed, so it's not easy.
There's more failed restaurants on the Costa del Sol than anything else. Bars, restaurants, they come and go and just turn over and turn over.
As yet another Hyatt moves to the Costa del Sol, will he be as successful as his dad? The town of Denia on Spain's Costa Blanca. With its 20 kilometres of coastline boasting a mix of tranquil stony beaches and packed sandy ones, it has an average yearly temperature around twice that of Manchester. And it's here that Matt Blair from Norfolk and his wife Karen from Hampshire met for the first time.
I came here originally because my mum had lived here
And I
for
came
30
here.
years.
A friend of mine, Stuart, had a boat business here, and so it was just a natural place for me to gravitate to. I'd been all over Spain when I was younger, and I came to find Stuart in Denia. So yeah, he's got a lot to answer for, really.
The pair first met during a boat trip whilst on holiday 8 years ago.
He was very forward, put it that way.
Well,
when he started referring to me as his new bird on that first trip.
No, I wouldn't be like that.
But we spent the rest of that week taking the boat out, didn't we?
Yeah, Karen
On
took her
trips.
shades off and I fell in love with her, really.
After spending 4 years managing warehouses in London, Matt and Karen put their savings together to buy this 7.5 metre rib, which they're planning to rent out for excursions on this stretch of the Mediterranean Sea.
Running a charter rib is something we wanted to do for a very long time. We finished running our business in London, and when we finished with that, we said, right, come on, it's time to get that charter boat set
Yeah,
up.
we finally got the money to do it.
Yeah.
With the Med as their office, it's all a far cry from life back home.
He has a permanent smile on his face when he's on the water.
Yeah, when I'm on the water, I'm never happier. This is me. Water baby.
I haven't got the history with it that Matt has. I mean, Matt's been coming out on boats since he was a very young boy. But I love it. I mean, it's just, what a way to make a living.
Sí, avisamos al marinero.
Muy bien, gracias, adiós.
Matt and Karen will offer sightseeing tours, as well as water sports activities such as wakeboarding and subwinging.
Oh, it's a great way to explore the sea and feel like a dolphin. Just wish you could stay there longer without breathing.
But for any boat business in this area, competition is fierce. Having sunk all their savings into the project, will they survive their first summer?
It's got to work because...
Well, if it doesn't work, we'll have to go back to doing a proper job.
Yeah, it's got to work, and this has got to produce enough money to grow the business, and we get more boats.
And feed us.
Yeah, we don't even think about it not working.
No, don't even think about it. It's going to work.
In the village of Aimé in the French Dordogne stands La Colombière, the new 15-bedroom property of Eileen Draper and Richard Brown. With a big booking coming up in just 2 weeks' time, the couple hopes to finish the renovations on the 2-bedroomed Lestang gîte in time.
We're going to tile our new bathroom. It's the first time we've tried this. I think you've done a bit of tiling, haven't you?
A long time ago.
The critical task is whether we stick them on the wall and they fall off slowly. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Like dominoes.
Having moved all of the tiles upstairs, Richard now has to cut them to size.
Brand new tile cutter. It comes with instructions.
And it's the first time he attempts this work in his life.
All you need is it to be the
Voila.
right size.
Great job, Richard. And there's another bit of good news. Help is on the way.
Hello?
Richard Norris from Leeds is here to lend a hand on a working holiday scheme.
How do? We give him board and lodgings, and he gives us labour. And it's pretty effective labour, actually. We'll keep you busy, we'll keep you occupied, and we'll keep you fed. With 2 weeks to go, he will be a good pair of hands for us to have, a good pair of hands.
Couldn't do inside work, no chance. Hate computers, hate technology. I like hitting stuff with an hammer.
Just as the couple set into their tiling, Eileen's received some exciting news that's put a halt to their work.
A couple have rung to say that they're in AMA and they'd like to come and have a look and maybe stay 2 nights. Bed and breakfast.
Tom and Jo Hewitt are on a busman's holiday. They run a B&B back home in England, and they're visiting the area with dreams of moving to this part of France.
This is lovely.
Yeah, it is. We think so. And we came here on a few days' holiday, so be careful.
Yeah,
not here, but in this area, yeah.
We're just looking, and with the hopes of
finding some...
being brave enough to do something.
Being where you are in next year, maybe.
Yeah, so...
Well, this time last year, we came out to have a look.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was quick.
So, anyway, I'll show you inside.
On this occasion, the important job of chaperoning their first guests is left to Eileen.
All my friends and my kids said, Dad, you can't do that because you're just Basil Fawlty writ large.
That's what's so good about you, really.
I'm not.
No, that you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
And then...
With a couple of fellow B&B owners in the building, the pressure is on for Eileen to impress. Will they like what they see?
So we've got 3 rooms. They're all very similar. They're all en suite that are available for tonight.
Okay.
So there's this one. This one. Like I said, they've all got shower rooms.
Okay. Lovely.
Tom and Jo quickly find they're spoilt for choice.
And this one. So I'll leave it with you, just make your mind up.
Second one?
Yep, fine.
Second one.
This is
Probably one of the
best.
Best that we've stayed in ever, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the real deal.
A pleasant surprise.
Yep. Sometimes you land on your feet, sometimes you don't.
La Colombière has made a great first impression on the couple. But will these 2 B&B experts still feel the same in the morning? The Costa del Sol. It's been a few days since Craig Hyatt arrived from Canada with a dream to follow in his dad's footsteps and open a restaurant in the town of Calahonda. With girlfriend Robin back in Toronto organising transport of their belongings, Craig has a very important job to do today, finding somewhere to live. The first property Craig is viewing is located on the hills above their restaurant in Calahonda.
I'm looking forward to this one. I can already see nice sea views. So what I came here for is the nice living outside as well. I want that lifestyle instead of coming from Canada and living in the 6 months of the year in the freezing cold, -40.
The apartment boasts 2 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, sea views and its own grounds, and at a rental price of just €700 a month.
Wow. I think Robin might actually approve of this. Yeah. Taking some pictures for Robin to see, to try and get her approval. To be honest, I think that this would suit us to a T. Like, it's awesome.
A similar-sized property with a sea view in Brighton would cost anything from £1,000 to £2,000 a month.
First property and already sold.
When it comes to the second viewing on his list, it turns out the potential neighbours are a turn-off.
My dad would be able to keep an eye on me. That apartment there, right in the corner, that's his apartment. Yeah, like I could see it right there.
And the third property doesn't impress him much either.
Oh yeah, jacuzzi bath, yeah. Not that I'd probably fit in it, but hey.
Having viewed all 3 properties, Craig's made an executive decision without consulting Robin.
As soon as I walked into the first one, I pretty much fell in love with it. And, you know, views of the Mediterranean, a huge terrace, a garden, it would have been hard to beat that one. I think it's perfect, and I'm pretty positive she'll be thrilled with it too.
By paying for a year up front, he's got a hefty discount of €600 on the annual rent. A good deal, but fingers crossed Robin likes it.
I really want to get this ready for Robin. She's a bit of a neat freak, and so I'll try my best, but I'll probably never keep up to her standards.
Robin's due to arrive in a matter of days, so Craig's not got long to get the place ready.
This is exactly why I'm getting a new bed in here. There's huge head mark on here from someone before, and I really don't want to put my head in that.
There's also an unwanted visitor on the veranda, a gecko. A small lizard famous for its ability to walk up walls and other vertical surfaces.
Yeah, last thing I want to do is wake up with that thing staring at me. Yeah, you don't get these in Canada or the UK. He's literally inside the barbecue now. I don't want to hurt him, I just want to get him out of here.
After 20 minutes, the gecko is evicted and the place is ready for the arrival of Robin next week.
That was an adventure.
Accommodation sorted, Craig has asked Dad Steve to join him as he inspects the premises of his newly acquired 60-seater restaurant.
It's almost like chewing gum was holding that up. Look.
Oh, no.
Look, there's a socket. They hit a socket.
Oh, my God.
You can just hear all the gunk going right through it. And then the on-off switch doesn't work.
Just 1 year ago, when Steve began the renovations of the Blue Marlin, his kitchen was in a similar condition. So he has a few words of advice for Craig.
The biggest expense is actually going to be in here.
Yeah. It's actually more than we thought.
Yeah, a lot more. A couple of thousand more.
Fortunately, Dad's on hand to recommend reliable workmen, and builder Steve has arrived to inspect the premises before he starts the work.
It looks like it's had a ceiling put over a ceiling. Crazy. That's Spain for you.
Removing the false ceiling will increase the cost of the work. This is likely to blow Craig's original budget. And there's the threat of more unexpected problems.
From Steve, the contractor, that'll be quite a big work. There's actually more than we anticipated. At the end of the day, the handiwork's out of my control. I need someone to do it.
Having worked in the catering industry before, Craig thinks he knows how to economise.
It's going to be the furnishings, the glassware, where we have to keep ourselves in check, and that's more my thing than Robin's. She needs to realise that sometimes your head has to rule your heart essentially on these kind of things. So I'll have to keep her in check.
But Dad Steve doesn't see Robin compromising on furnishings.
What she wants, she'll get. That's what happens.
No, I'm stubborn.
With only 5 weeks to go until his planned opening date, will Craig manage to keep his renovation costs under control? Denia on the Costa Blanca. After giving up their job managing warehouses in London, Matt and Karen Blair have set up a new boat charter business in the town's marina.
As long as you do the clean that work the previous day, if there's not too much to do prep-wise in the morning.
They've spent €20,000 on their new supercharged boat, the Blue Dolphin. But there is tough competition in this area from 2 other boat charters, so customer service is key.
Hi, Kate. Aha. What can you see?
Matt and Karen need to ensure families like the Bellamys enjoy their trip to get good feedback to draw in other customers.
We're on number 3, and we're very close to the Balieria building. Brilliant. See you in a minute. Okay, bye. Good, she's on her way. This must be them. Greetings.
Hello, I'm Kate.
Hi, lovely to meet you, Kate.
Hi, Angela.
Hello.
This is Carolyn.
Hello. Hi, Carolyn.
Hi. And my daughter Hannah.
Hello, Hannah.
And George.
George. Hello, I'm Karen.
Hiya.
Matt's already on the boat. Do you come through?
Matt and Karen run a 4-hour trip, which includes sightseeing as well as water sports activities.
So this is George.
Hello, George. I'm Matt. Nice to meet you.
The 4-hour trip is our most popular trip because you get the opportunity to do water sports. You incorporate water sports in booking if you want to. Got some great snorkeling sites.
They may be all smiles, but there are also plenty of nerves.
I'm a bit apprehensive because I don't really like boats, but this is more for the kids.
This is our steed for the day, the Blue
Right.
Dolphin.
Lovely. Okay.
250 horse supercharged on the back.
Oh, it's a supercharged bit that I'm not too sure about, but okay.
Supercharged bit you'll get used to, it's fine.
Oh, will I?
Yeah.
Great.
We won't use the supercharger much, I promise.
Yeah, Pinocchio. Okay. Fine, good.
Let's hope the water sports can win them round.
When was the last time you did wakeboarding?
2 or 3 years ago.
Okay.
Hannah, do you fancy having a go?
No.
I'm a really good instructor.
No,
Want to try it?
No, I'm not doing that.
I've never had anybody who can't get up.
No, it's too scary.
I'm not going to talk you into it, am I?
I don't think you will with her.
On a trip like this, it's vital that Matt and Karen settle the nerves of any worried customers. As they exit the port, son George is keen to try out wakeboarding, which involves being pulled by the boat and surfing in its wake.
Does your mother dress you in the morning? The biggest thing to remember is to relax. If you try and fight against the board or fight against the water, you won't get up.
He's gone.
He was up for a while.
Yeah, he looked, the technique coming up looked good.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's gone.
After a second failed attempt, will George pack it in?
When you're up, George, keep your weight slightly on your back foot.
Yeah, we said that. Here we go.
It's third time lucky for George. And it seems like his success has lifted the mood for the others too.
Oh, wonderful! It's brilliant! As long as he can keep going. Oh, he went over a bit of wash there.
He did really well that time.
That was brilliant! Oh, well done, bud.
Oh, I think you had a good instructor.
Do you think so? Is that what's said of the instructor? Well, yes, it can only be, so well done you.
Haven't wakeboarded in years and I now want to keep doing it now, so it's good fun.
These trips also include a mooring just off Cap Prim. And Karen's determined to keep the spirits high.
So ready for a glass of cava?
If they can get the bottle open, that is.
No, that is not coming.
There we go.
Yeah, go for it.
It's coming. It's not coming. It is. No, that's not going to go, is it?
No. Pass it around the boat.
There you go. Who's up next?
Let's see if Matt can solve this issue too.
Hey!
Matt saved the day.
Somebody keep the horse still.
There we are. Very much. Enjoy. Cheers. Cheers. I'm happy. Perfect.
This area is surrounded by the beautiful clear waters of the Mediterranean, with plenty of rocky ridges and underwater vegetation. This part of the Med is brimming with marine life.
We've done so many things, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it. So I'd like to do it all again.
I've enjoyed it. I was a bit apprehensive, I must admit, when I first came on, because I'm not the best boat lover. I don't like choppiness of the waves, but it's been great fun, and it's nice to see the kids back in the water and having fun, and it's all about them, really.
Fabulous. Drinking champagne on a boat is really the way it's meant to be.
It seems Matt and Karen have the skills needed for this job.
And different people get different things from it as well. Yeah, there's something for everyone.
Beautiful weather, clear blue sky, sun shining, lots of fish around, now snorkeling. It's another day in the office.
Honda on the Costa del Sol, where Craig Hyatt is about to show his girlfriend Robin the flat he's chosen for them to live in.
Robin has actually never lived outside Canada before, and this is her first time that she's ventured this far. She's nervously excited, I guess.
She'd left him to choose their new home while she was packing up her life in Canada. Now she's about to find out whether he's made the right choice.
Welcome to our casa.
Perfect. Welcome home.
There's a bedroom here. Not bad. That's a nice view in the morning as we wake up to.
View in the morning.
Oh, there, look.
Big closet. Look at the size of the closet.
All right, it's our living room.
Nice
big
big
couch, yeah, nice big TV. Here is our giant terrace and garden.
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous with the view. There's the mountains for me.
Yeah.
This is beautiful, Craig.
Giant terrace, eh?
Back in Toronto, Scottish Craig and Robin lived in separate 3-bedroom houses and endured temperatures as low as -30 degrees. Over here, things couldn't be more different.
Here with a sink.
Flowers are
You
pretty.
can have like a barbecue out here
Yeah.
with a buffet and all sorts going on.
Great. This is all ours.
All ours, yeah.
That's going to be spectacular. Not many people can say they have a palm tree in their backyard.
Craig can relax. It's a thumbs up from Robin for the apartment.
I'm excited. It's lovely. I love it here. It's beautiful, right?
But 4 weeks before their planned opening date, the prospect of earning a living from this rundown restaurant seems a bit far-fetched. Together with builder Steve, they've discovered there are serious problems with the building.
I turned on the tap and water didn't come
What's going
barreling
on?
out. No, nothing came out.
And a big worry is the 40-year-old kitchen extractor fan.
Is it gross? Is it disgusting?
Oh, there's a dead cat in there.
No, it's not. It's just taped on.
This vital piece of equipment is broken and its removal will be expensive and tricky.
And where's that extraction unit pump out from? It must pump above that sign.
Putting all the crap from the roof, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's not got a cover on it.
That's nice.
Unbelievable.
Despite searching for the past 2 weeks, Craig hasn't managed to find a replacement for this vital piece of equipment yet.
I got an email stating that it was going to cost 3,200 euros for a new extractor, and I literally freaked out. But I think they just try to sell me their high-end one. But I'm a cheap Scot, so I'm not going to settle for that.
He's found it very frustrating being used to North America, where you phone somebody up, instantly get what you want. It doesn't happen here. So he phones up and it's, Dad, I got a problem with this. I said, son, don't worry about it. You know, it's fine. It'll be done sometime or other, but I want it done today. You can't get it done today, Craig.
But Craig's fretting for a good reason. With the summer season nearly upon them, these delays could cost them vital trade. Having ploughed most of their money into the venture, Robin is worried.
It's hard. I'm finding it intimidating looking at this. I'm scared for sure. I've never opened my own business before, so it's exciting, but I'm quite scared at the same time. I feel nervous.
With progress slow and tourists already making their way to the Costa del Sol, will Craig and Robin manage to open on time? It's early morning in the Dordogne, and Richard Brown and Eileen Draper, who run the La Colombière country house in Aimé, are about to serve breakfast to their new guests.
Breakfast this morning is a continental breakfast, so just croissants and fruit, yoghurt. These croissants are amazing.
Guests Tom and Joe also run a B&B in England, so they're casting an expert's eye over everything.
Lovely. Would you like some bread as well as croissants? We've got bread as well. Oh. Or toast. Do you like it toasted?
Do you want some bread just because it's French bread?
No. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I'm a sous chef. I take my orders. I know where my place is in the kitchen.
Eileen got up at 5 a.m. to collect fresh bread and croissants, but it looks like it was well worth the effort.
They're good at bread and pastries.
The French produce, the simple French produce, is so good.
Tom and Joe may be impressed with their breakfast, but Richard and Eileen are keen to know what they thought of their overall stay. Time to bring out their guest book, and they've been waiting for this moment since they left England.
Our children gave us the guest book as a leaving present, and they put on it, "We'll miss you lots. but are so proud of you and what you're setting out to do. All our love.
There you go. You got a cake.
I've got tears coming out of my mouth.
Let's hope their first ever bit of feedback will be positive.
I was wondering, we have a guest book. I wondered if you would write in it for us.
Yeah, definitely.
This is Tom and Joe's 4th visit to a B&B on this trip. What will they think of La Colombière?
To our surprise this time, we hit the jackpot. Received a lovely warm welcome and spent a great evening sharing supper with Richard and Eileen.
That was nice.
That's
not
lovely.
bad, isn't it? Take a picture of that and send it to the girlies.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, we must. Good.
Not bad. Not bad considering we had about an hour and a half's notice.
It was
Very comfortable.
comfortable bed.
Very comfortable bed. That was just so comfortable.
But Tom and Joe do have a bit of constructive criticism for Eileen.
One of the things that we've said is in the room, there are certain dark patches. You might want to look at the lighting in some areas.
Yeah.
It's a standard lamp. Would
Just
be
in
all.
that, in the little wardrobe area,
Yeah.
it's just a little bit dark in there. That's
it is.
And you know, because when we do get some French weather, you might consider a blind at the window or something.
Yeah. The idea is the shutters, but we've already thought we might get blinds because Brits don't think about closing the shutters, do they? So.
Clearly not.
But yeah, that's
the shutters on the outside.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm embarrassed now.
Tom might not have noticed the shutters, but it's still fantastic feedback from the pair.
Thank you for a lovely evening last night. It was very
I really enjoyed it, thank you.
I did too. It was
good.
a little bit too much.
Yeah, well,
It's
so
very
did
nice,
we.
thank you. It's lovely.
Tom and Joe have checked out, and there are now only 2 weeks to go before a party of 18 turns up. With their final gîte still to renovate, will Richard and Eileen be ready for their first big booking? In Denia on the Costa Blanca, it won't be all work for Matt and Karen.
You wouldn't be dreaming of doing such a thing. I'm from Southend-on-Sea, Essex, so yeah, even to get in the sea is an experience in Southend.
They are also keen to make time to put something back.
Well, thank you, everybody. I think it's very good of you all to give up your Sunday morning.
By spending a day off cleaning up their office.
Well, I've spent a lot of years running around on the sea in boats, seeing bits of plastic, being annoyed about it and picking them up. So I thought, well, there must be other people who are equally annoyed about it and want to do something.
Together with these 4 volunteers, Matt and Karen will cruise along Denia's coastline to help clean up this stretch of the Mediterranean Sea.
On the starboard, big one. So that plastic bag right there, to all intents and purposes, to a lot of marine life, is a jellyfish or breakfast. And it's not going to be digested, and it's going to kill them.
British expats Helen, Nick, Graham and Kevin all have a house in the area and decided to join the trip after reading Matt and Karen's appeal on the local expat website.
Something there.
Just a piece of paper. Carry on.
Oh! Got it. If everybody just took responsibility for their own little bit, then there wouldn't be this problem. And then to watch what it does to the sea life and marine life is incredibly important.
And as they sail past a secluded cove, one volunteer spots a large amount of plastic. But there's a problem. The rocky seabed means that Matt's boat can't get any closer.
Tell you what, we're getting a bit shallow here.
Yeah, very shallow.
Small boat, shallow water. Yeah, broken hull, broken propeller, broken wallet.
Matt can't risk going any further as the boat is their livelihood, so the group decides to go the extra mile.
Hey, that's dedication, huh?
Oh, there's loads of stuff.
Let's see who gets there first.
Okay, guys, see you in a couple of hours.
Oh, careful.
the A-team. Da, 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 da.
Polystyrene.
Good work, swimming party.
Excellent. It's just great to be able to get this stuff out of the way.
Matt and Karen's first plastic patrol has been a success, and after 3 hours of work, this boatload of expats removed more than 12 kilos of refuse from this stretch of the Mediterranean.
Really proud. I think it's a great idea. A lot of people talk about it but don't do anything. So this is actually putting thoughts into action.
My idea is to try and just let people know what we're doing, and maybe we can inspire other people in other parts of the world to do their own plastic patrolling.
Cleaning up the seabed is a big passion for Matt and Karen, but soon it's bureaucracy and not bin bags of rubbish that they have to deal with. They've received an email from the port authorities asking them to stop operating their boat charter business with immediate effect.
Everything was starting to go so
Finally,
well,
yeah.
you know, finally. We thought we'd overcome all the hurdles of the paperwork, and then we're starting to get the bookings in.
The email gave no explanation for the unexpected order to stop trading.
We didn't know if, for example, the director had authorised it, or whether it was a marinero who was just a bit unhappy, or whether someone had complained. So we still don't know.
Matt and Karen have decided to meet the director of the marina, but whilst they wait for an explanation, they face losing business.
Well, initially, this hurdle means that we are quite literally dead in the water because we cannot operate from this marina.
Next time, Richard and Eileen prepare for their big booking.
Today is D-Day.
It is now 1 o'clock. Are we ready? Are we, Harry?
But can these new hoteliers handle the pressure?
Oh, Richard, oh, I'm going to get in trouble. Ah. Put the things for the door handle down on the bedclothes, and we now have a dirty mark.
As Craig's restaurant nears opening, it's time to choose the menu.
So if you want to start yours, it's like ready, steady, cook this, isn't it?
Yeah.
But will these rookie restaurant owners taste success or failure?
The worst thing you can have is a restaurant where the people that own it do not know anything about food.
And Matt and Karen's boat charter hits a rough patch.
There is a slight rattle developed on the engine, which could be something very, very serious, which would mean a new engine. That would be under 25 grand down the drain that we haven't got.
A new life in Europe, a dream chased by thousands.
I don't really think you can better it.
It's just amazing living in Spain.
With sunny days and a great way of life, it's easy to see why. Woo! But this doesn't come for free.
To come up with that money out of thin air is quite difficult.
So to fund this life,
oh my God,
expats are setting sail.
He's out, he's gone.
And setting up businesses.
There's mushrooms growing on the wall.
Okay.
On this new series, we follow a fresh group of expats.
Every day's like this at the minute, it's just non-stop.
Run, run, run!
Launching paragliding and restaurants in Spain.
I think there's a future in this for us.
B&Bs and villas in France.
Look at that, like a Ferrari toilet.
But will it be profitable?
There was a lot of happy people here.
Or simply painful?
I want a piece of Spain, not a piece of Chernobyl.
And can the new expats really make their new life in the sun pay?
Job well done.
I'm so happy.
On today's show, Challenging times for a British-run restaurant in Spain.
Discouraging when you have two restaurants on either side of you that are just so busy.
As its owners spend big to turn their fortunes around.
You're going to be talking about 500 and some for supply and then fitting. Not cheap.
No, I just think it'll look better.
This large French B&B prepares to welcome a houseful.
She's like the conductor of an orchestra at the minute, the captain of the ship.
But will the facilities let them down?
On the stairs and on the left, it smelled a little not good. The bathroom, the toilets.
And a couple falls in love with inland Spain.
I walked in here and I said, this is absolutely going to be my house.
But are their renovation dreams a bit too ambitious?
This ain't gonna be finished for mid-June.
No, it's got to be finished.
The Costa del Sol, a prime destination for expats looking to start a new life. Here, stunning properties are located just minutes away from the Mediterranean coast at very affordable prices.
Here we have a 3-bedroom penthouse apartment, really nice swimming pools, tropical gardens. On the lower level you'll find 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, the kitchen, utility room, and upstairs you have the master suite, private balcony with panoramic sea views, and ensuite bathroom. The price is 209,000 euros.
This area of Spain also has more golf courses per capita than anywhere else in Europe.
Oh, pulled it.
These attractions have drawn Craig Hyatt and his girlfriend Robin to seek a new life here. They've swapped Toronto in Canada for running a restaurant in the town of Calahonda.
You learn to relax here. Like, it's so nice living here. Like, it was the right decision, wasn't it, for us just now? Wasn't it?
I think so.
To come here.
Seemed right.
Craig and Robin's opening night at their new restaurant made them a good profit.
Oh, the food was delicious. It was really nice.
Oh, it was good, really good.
But that was followed by a tough 7 days with hardly any customers coming in.
The one day we were really down. We took 28 euros. Like, we were really, really down, the 3 of us that day. I didn't even bother doing the till. I just put the till, I didn't even bother doing it. I just left it open for the next day. Just one of those nights, isn't it?
It's discouraging when you have two restaurants on either side of you that are just so busy, so busy. So that's a bit of a hard thing.
But Craig thinks he knows one reason why diners prefer the restaurants next door. They offer sun shelters.
2 metres is here.
That's perfect, isn't it?
Craig's called on expat builder Steve to quote for a new canopy.
Oh, we could go 250, but it's going to be coming lower and lower and lower.
I'd rather have done properly.
You're going to be talking about 500 and some for supply and then fitting. Not cheap.
No, I just think it'll look better.
Not cheap. In black.
I think it's worth it. When you go by, you can see it, it sticks out.
As well as investing in the business, ex-hotel food and beverage director Craig has introduced new offers to attract customers.
And we started a feature menu, which is there's 8 tapas on it, and you pick 4 and you get 2 glasses of house wine with it as well for 15 euros.
The same night,
the mussels are quite fantastic. You could go on to something and have like the cheese. Very nice with this wine.
The first signs are encouraging.
See, all it took was one person to sit there. Then everyone came in.
The place is busy.
We got another table? 2 guys just walked in. That's the Swedish lot. I think they're Swedish that were in the other night. They spent a lot of money last time.
So Chef Yves has his hands full now.
We'll use that one next. Yeah?
Meatballs, yeah, ready to go.
The plan is to get Eve a helper, someone that can do the dishes and like do like the bits and pieces that I do, like the cold stuff, and like I'd plate up some of the plates for him, and then all he has to do is drop the hot food on it. That's the plan. It's just it's too inconsistent right now. I can't really afford to hire another body.
Without that extra pair of hands, is the kitchen still producing the top-notch food Craig set out to serve?
It's excellent value, superb food.
They've paid attention to detail, and we like their kind of food.
And very good quality wine.
They're very welcoming as well, aren't they? Very welcoming. We hope to eat here again this week because it's so value for money.
Cheers. As darkness falls, business continues to be brisk.
It's a very busy night. I'm melting. In the best of ways, though. Because this is what we wanted, and I want it to be like this every night, but unless I get it perfect outside, then it won't be like this. People won't come back. But I'm trying. Trying my best.
But Craig and Robin need many more nights like this to make the place a going concern. How will the rest of the season pan out? The Dordogne. This is one of the greenest regions in France. With miles of lush countryside, it's a very popular choice for many British expats. Near the town of Aimé, former finance director Richard Brown and his partner Eileen Draper
We'll have our own field of sunflowers next year.
That'd be nice.
have bought this 15-bedroom gîte complex and are getting used to their new life in France.
And around every corner, there is heritage, there's a beautiful village. There's a cafe, there's French life, there's a village fete. Around every corner that was going on, wasn't it? I thought, that would be a very, very pleasant life to go and lead.
They've just said goodbye to their latest set of guests, but they need to sort out a problem they have reported.
They had a lot of problems with insects in the bedrooms at the back there, where the children were sleeping. They were in the beams.
Richard and Eileen monitored the room, but haven't seen any centipedes since. And they're confident they're free of insects, in time for the next French guests.
It's a beautiful place, with a lot of space, it's quiet. I think we'll spend 3 very good days.
And student Greg and 3 of his friends from England.
We're down here for a long weekend, effectively. It's a friend's wedding. But yeah, we're just making the most of it, really. It's like a little mini holiday.
But their time's nearly up. For both sets of guests, it's checkout day, and Richard and Eileen have got another huge challenge ahead of them.
Our first big changeover. So the French family that are in there at the moment, hopefully will check out. Then we've got to get it ready for the 18 guests that will arrive this afternoon. So it's just about cleaning bathrooms, changing beds and just sorting the gîte out.
It's another big booking, and it'll be a race against time to finish. Fortunately, Richard's daughter Steph is still here to help.
Would you just iron me a single sheet and pillowcase?
And his eldest daughter Sophie and her husband arrived this morning.
So I've got 2 daughters, a son-in-law, myself and Eileen, and maybe Rich the workaway may get stuck in as well. So it will certainly take a bit of the stress off.
So warm in here.
Perfect.
But a host of helpers doesn't solve every problem.
We are a sheet short that's on the line. So hopefully the sunshine will be all right.
No, frantic. More frantic than like the first week. You've got like a very short period of time to get it done and you know, done to the standard that you want it in.
Fortunately, Eileen has taken charge of organising the changeover schedule.
She's like the conductor of an orchestra at the minute, the captain of the ship. So just do the final few sweep ups now, then we're done.
Everyone's worked hard. Got it all done. That's good.
But before their new guests arrive, Richard and Eileen need to say their goodbyes and get feedback from their current set of guests.
Bonjour.
How are you doing? Bonjour.
Very well. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Good.
Brilliant.
So have you enjoyed your stay?
Yeah, loved it. We're definitely going to come back next year. I think we're going to make an annual thing, really. It's just been just what we were looking for, a great, relaxing long weekend.
But it turns out that there is a problem with one of the rooms.
It was in the room, on the stairs, and on the left.
Yeah.
It smelled a little.
Oh, okay.
Not good. I think it's the
toilet
bathroom,
or-
the
okay.
toilets. The
In that
side,
room.
there is a little smell.
Okay.
I think it's la fosse septique.
Maybe.
Maybe. It will
Maybe.
be.
This is not good news. The wastewater at La Colombière isn't connected to the mains, and it rests in a septic tank, or fosse septique in French. And it's producing some very unpleasant aromas.
Oh yes, that we're gonna have to get some stuff down the fosse, I think. Sometimes just from the fosse you just get you know, the backwash, the smell in the foss. I mean, it does happen when you got foss septics.
With new guests almost upon them, Richard needs a quick fix.
It's just a matter, you know, you buy granules that help the organic stuff. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do when you've got a foss septic. Where's the granules, Eddie? Are they in the in our house?
Yes, they're on where they usually are.
Right, okay.
But it seems like the smell hasn't brought bad reviews.
I'm going to write something very good for Ellen. Yes, very good time.
Okay,
Cheers, take care, thank you, and thanks. Cheers, bye.
And they're ready just in time for their big booking. Will the rest of the summer bring any more problems for Richard and Eileen?
Well done, sweetheart. Well done, you. Yeah, well done, you.
The town of Denia in Spain's Costa Blanca. With its 20 kilometres of coastline, it boasts spectacularly clear waters and a rich and varied marine life. The sun shines around 325 days every year. And it's here that Matt Blair and his wife Karen have chosen to relocate to run a new charter boat company.
The whole way of life is just more laid back.
Back in the UK, I used to get up in the dark to go to work. I used to come home in the dark. Here, get up in the light. You might go to bed after sunset, but it's still nice and warm.
Their boat engine gave up on them recently, and Matt managed to repair it.
Got the gearbox stripped down, and so we managed to get it turned around in 3 days and back in the water.
But as he's still waiting for the correct spare parts, the boat is guzzling a lot more fuel than usual.
Yeah, this should be nice. It's better than the other side of the harbour, isn't it?
Nevertheless, Matt and Karen are keen to make the most of what's left of summer season. Regular customer Jeremy and his South American girlfriend Daniela have requested a special water sports trip.
Just been out on the water, getting away from civilization. It's nice, just forget about everything and enjoy yourself.
First up, Matt and Karen have scheduled in some wakeboarding in an open stretch of water just outside the port.
The aim is to actually get up out of the water and stay on top of the water. And some people make it look really easy.
First to try is commercial diver Jeremy.
Well, Jeremy, I'm already going to put you on a shorter line so that you can play with the wake.
Put it on a longer line.
You'll be fine.
This is only the second time in his life that Jeremy's tried wakeboarding, and the last time was a while ago. But it looks like he's a natural.
Súper bien, súper bien.
Well, second time in a long time. Too long.
He is just super good at everything.
Oh, it's brilliant fun. It's lovely just surfing on the water. Skating on the water, rather.
But now instructor Matt's got his work cut out with Jeremy's girlfriend Daniela.
The board will be in the water in front of you, como este. All right?
Not only has she never wakeboarded before in her life, but there's also a bit of a language barrier.
Now the board wants to be like that.
Encogido, vale.
Yeah.
¿Y stand up?
Not really, more like this.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Así.
Yeah, so you're kind of floating around like this.
Okay.
Time to see if Matt's Spanglish lessons paid off.
Hopefully she can pick it up from a bit of the skills from snowboarding. But I know Matt says it's very different, but hopefully there's a bit of something there. So just remember, when you do get up, say keep your knees strong.
Okay. Vamos a ver, a empezar de nuevo. Here we go.
Oh dear, it seems like Matt's instructions are still getting lost in translation.
¿Cómo fue? Guay, pero tragué agua.
Will it be third time lucky for Daniela?
Yeah, first timer, she's up. It's brilliant.
Is that a bit of a that's my girl feeling, Jeremy?
Finally, a good run for Matt and Karen's latest customer.
Yes, he's very good water sports teacher, particularly wakeboarding, which is where he's got most experience.
Hey, amazing!
Another successful trip for Matt and Karen, even though their profits are being affected by their fuel-guzzling engine.
We figure about 30 to 40% more than the old gearbox, so it makes quite a big difference, obviously, because all our bookings include fuel. It all comes out of any profit we might be making.
Yep, the parts are still on order for the gearbox. And I'm sure they'll arrive one day. And when they do, we'll be back in the workshop, gearbox part, put all the right cogs in, and then hopefully use a bit less fuel.
The takings may have been affected for Matt and Karen, but not their customers' enjoyment. At the end of the trip, Jeremy and Daniela are beaming.
Oh, fantastic day out on the water. Can't think of anything better to do while you're on holiday than a bit of wakeboarding and playing in the water.
Today we enjoy a lot. We may exercise. We have great day.
Brilliant holiday. Brilliant.
With the end of the season now looming, can Matt and Karen make up for their thirsty engine with more profitable bookings? Jaén province in southern Spain, the gateway to Andalusia. Its inland traditional villages boast some of the cheapest properties available in the country. It has the largest proportion of national parks and some remarkable Renaissance architecture. It's the perfect location for those looking for artistic inspiration.
Hey, buenos dias!
Such as Lottie and Pete Nevin, also known as Pedro, who moved here 2 years ago.
Oh, fantastico, gracias. You ring up people you know in England, they go, oh, it's raining again, it's foggy. Then they go, look at that blue sky behind you. You go, yeah, oh yeah. So
It's horrible, we rather take it for granted.
yeah.
Artists Lottie and Pete moved to the small village of Las Pilas de Fuente Soto after years spent teaching art.
We looked at Portugal, which is a beautiful country, and then someone said, well, have you looked at inland Spain? We ended up here in a little village that made us welcome from the minute we arrived.
Yeah.
After a recce trip on her own, Lottie decided to spend £38,000 on buying this 3-bedroom country house. A similar property in the UK would have cost you at least 3 times as much.
So I rang Pete up and I said, I've just bought us a house.
And I was so busy working, I went, yeah, go on.
Well, I didn't tell Pedro.
They didn't have a back door.
No kitchen, no back door, no bathroom, no water, no hot water, and that basically it was a shell.
Over the course of the last 2 years, Lottie and Pete completely renovated their property using reclaimed second-hand materials.
Our budget was tiny. We actually had about £40,000. But actually, I love old things. I like improving things. I walked in here and I said, this is absolutely going to be my house.
But now Lottie and Pete have a new project on the go that they hope will earn them some money. They decided to cash in their pension and buy this derelict townhouse in nearby Alcalá la Real, which they want to turn into a B&B, providing art classes as well as accommodation.
Hey, hola.
Hola.
Buena.
Hola.
Hey,
¿Qué tal?
¿Qué tal?
Bien.
Yeah? Well, there were steps
I'm
there
actually getting
originally.
backache thinking about getting in here.
But you're going to have the boiler in there, you're going to have the washing equipment.
But I'm going to be using that washing machine an awful
Yeah,
lot.
so even if you've got steps, there's going to be a lot of...
This is not This is not an architect designed home, is it?
Lottie had the vision more than I did. I could just see money
I
going...
did actually. I did have the vision.
I could just see money going out of the door.
I was actually a little bit disappointed in him because he didn't have the same vision as me. And normally we both have the same vision, but for once I was on my own. This apparently is where they put the pigs when they'd slaughtered them and cut them up.
And salted them.
And salted them.
Artist Lottie hopes to turn this into a commercially viable property while safeguarding its traditional quirks.
keeping this rustic feel. That's coming out.
What does rustic mean? You know, badly made.
No, rustic means exactly like this.
Okay. So you don't get these in non-rustic.
Oh, no.
But tiptoeing around the original features means that the build has been moving at a sluggish pace. It's late April, and with their first guest due in July, the pressure is on.
So basically, we've now got 8 weeks and 5 days to finish this project.
You've got all the electrics to go in, all the plumbing to go in, and the heating.
Patio, the garden design.
Lottie is confident that they will hit their completion date target of mid-June, but Pete, not so much.
Lottie, this ain't going to be finished for mid-June.
No, it's got to be finished. It's got to be finished because we've got people coming in July.
I know, but
we've got
there's
guests.
a lot of
We've
work.
got guests paying good money coming in July,
work.
so we have to have this finished.
Yeah, I know, but that's a lot of work. That's a lot of plumbing.
Bring it on. Come on, we're going to
But
do
you're
it.
optimistic.
We're going to
I'm a
get
little
this
bit
show
more
on the
sanguine
road.
about it. I think it's going to take a bit longer.
With lots to do and very little time, will Pete and Lottie manage to host their first paying guests in their new property? The town of Aimé in the French Dordogne. It's now July and an incredibly busy time for Richard Draper and Eileen Brown and their gîte complex La Colombière.
We've got 18 in the big sheet, and then we've got another 8 arriving later on in the week. I just feel stressed because the house is a tip because we've had people here continually for the past 3 weeks, so it takes a bit of keeping on top of as well as all the gîtes. I'd like to get everywhere clean and tidy. Whether we achieve it, I don't know.
Following some feedback about a foul-smelling loo from their previous guests, Richard has been fighting against a stinky septic tank. But it seems the problem is finally sorted.
We spent a very enjoyable trip in the Dordogne. The house is beautiful. We enjoy the swimming pool and the outside area. Eileen is very nice.
What about Richard?
Thanks a lot.
But right in the middle of the season, Richard and Eileen are about to receive 3 more important visitors.
Later on this afternoon, Richard's mum and 2 sisters are coming.
There's a few hours before her ladyship arrives. I mean, that's the first time she's seen it. So nobody's failed to be wowed yet.
But after vowing 40 years ago that she'd never come to France, Richard's mum Helen, who's 84, promises to be a particularly tricky customer.
I think she fell out with the French when they banned our lamb.
So she boycotted all French food, so she won't eat Golden Delicious. I'm sure she's probably had the odd glass of wine every now and again.
Finally, with her son making a new life in France, she's relented and reluctantly agreed to visit Richard.
This is Richard's car, I think.
Hello, sweetheart.
Helen looks pleased to see her family, but not the locals.
Are you all right?
I am now after my awful experience at that airport.
Why was it? Why? What happened?
They pushed her through on her own and I pushed me and abandoned me all on my own. And I didn't know nobody and it was so frightening. I just burst into tears.
Oh.
She had this French person in alarm lock. Let me through.
Whoops. So Helen wasn't a fan of Bergerac Airport. Let's hope she will like her son's new home at least.
Cheers. 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 Welcome to La Colombière.
Where am I going now?
We're going for a swim. There you go. There's the pool.
Helen's not exactly a Francophile, but after seeing La Colombière, it sounds like she might be changing her mind.
It's absolutely gorgeous and can't blame him coming here, can you? Absolutely beautiful. I think they've done the best thing he could have done. Definitely.
And after imposing a 40-year-long ban on family holidays to France, there's another emotional reason for Helen's trip.
I'm going to sort of scatter my dad's ashes. My dad sort of He was quite a linguist actually, but never really pursued his dream. My mother refused to come to France, so my dad never got to France.
Well, we refused to have our lands.
The family have chosen a pretty spot in Richard and Eileen's 19 acres of land for his father's final resting place.
And don't forget the wind's blowing that way, so don't chuck it that way, else you get a mouthful. You'll get a mouthful of Dad. Who wants handful?
Yeah, pots.
There you go. I've got no words to say other than you would have loved it here, and welcome to France.
Bye, darling.
There we go.
He always wanted to
He always wanted to come to France, and now you're here. Au revoir and à bientôt. Well, hopefully not too à bientôt. I mean, I'd have loved my dad to have come out here.
Well, we all would, wouldn't we?
You know, he really would have loved it. He would have loved to come to France. His mother wouldn't let him come to France, but he would have loved to have come to France. So he's here now. So he's in his own little bit of France. So yeah, special moment.
And Helen's finally won over with Richard's move to France.
I didn't want him to leave, and that's the gospel truth. But now I've seen this and seen how happy they are, I am so glad he's bought it. I really am.
Well, think about it, see, any of the family can come anytime, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, Mama, I'm glad you've come, and welcome to France.
Thank you, dear. I've
My
always...
mother. You know I'm 57 and you're 84, you're still my mother.
Jaén province in southern Spain. The area of Alcalá la Real has become the new home of husband and wife Pete and Lottie Nevin.
It's fantastic. Today's the sun is shining. It's glorious. And, you know, you can count on tomorrow being sunny.
Alongside their art lessons and painting, Lottie and Pete have embarked on a massive project this summer, transforming a medieval townhouse into a bed and breakfast, where they hope to run art classes as well as hosting guests.
It's más grande, yeah?
But 6 months into their renovations, and just 8 weeks before their planned opening, they've received some very bad news. The house's main staircase collapsed overnight, bringing down a portion of the ceiling.
I heard my phone go ping and there was a message from Pete and there were some photos. And he said, "What did you think about the collapsed stairs?" And I said, "What?"
Would have been a bit of a surprise, really, wasn't it? Because they both collapsed. It wasn't just the one downstairs, but the one leading to the room at the top.
Simultaneous collapse.
Yeah. Kiko, es problema aquí structure.
Ah! It looks like some kind of straw or sort of hamster belly, doesn't it?
Lottie and Pete had been trying to preserve the quirky original features of the house, but it turns out that much of it was built using just rubble and straw.
When they build these houses, because they're poor, they're built with rocks and mud. This staircase was really not held up by anything because it's just rubble. It's built out of rubble. We'd always talked about a new staircase, but we didn't think it was going to be so dramatic.
Lottie and Pete had budgeted €125,000 altogether, their entire pension pot, but the collapsed staircase means an extra €2,000, money they don't really have.
We did budget for a new stairs, but what we didn't budget for was to deconstruct. So I was going to build on what was there.
They might have lost a staircase and a large chunk of cash, but fortunately they haven't lost their sense of humour.
Does my bum look big in this?
Fast.
With the help of builder Kiko, Pete hopes to design a staircase which will look similar to the original, whilst being structurally sound.
Mucho, sí. ¿Es posible pequeña más?
At least if it's a deep step, people are aware of it and you can say, "Please be careful of this step."
Sí, sí. Okay. Okay. Perfecto. Good.
Pet seems to do okay with his Spanish, doesn't he, with Kiko? It's amazing, just a few words, but I hope he understands.
We're trying to tread a line between, yes, keeping the cost down so we can afford it, and B, keeping it as traditional looking as possible.
Artist Lottie had designed a tiled staircase for her new B&B, but will they be able to afford it now?
When something like the staircase collapses, the biggest drawback for me is that I can't go on my sort of shopping sprees and go and get the things that I'm really dying to get, like
gold-plated taps.
Oh, rubbish. I'm not having any gold-plated taps, Pedro. But it kind of sets me back, sets my shopping spree back. But I guess these kind of inevitable things that happen on a build, you know, there's always the unexpected, isn't there?
With mounting costs and even less time to complete their work, will Lottie and Pete be ready for their first guests? The Costa del Sol, and in Cala Honda, it's been a time of change at Craig and Robin's newly opened tapas restaurant cum wine shop.
That's lovely now, because that draft now, I mean, you can go out a bit further there, so these tables here and here.
You're right, so now we have 4 shaded tables plus the umbrella. People come to Spain to be in the sun, but then they want to be out of the sun.
The canopy cost Craig and Robin around €800, but they're hoping it will lure in more customers.
I think that looks really nice.
Looks really nice. Like, makes a huge difference.
It does, doesn't it?
And the couple now have smart new uniforms, courtesy of Robin's parents.
Her stepdad, Neil, that's their business at home, Sandra's and Neil's business. So they made us some T-shirts, so they had some ladies' fit golf shirts.
Business has continued to be hit and miss in the weeks since opening. Last night being a particularly bad one.
We had maybe 4 people come in, and that was a bit of a letdown. It's kind of discouraging.
Despite the ups and downs, Craig has once again decided to make an investment and hire a new member of staff, kitchen hand Saffron, who will help Chef Eve.
We're working pretty well together, so that's always a bonus. She starts at 7 till 11.
The brave decision to hire Saffron will cost Craig and Robin a couple of €100 a week, but they think it will allow them to concentrate on paying more attention to the customers.
Feels like we have more of a routine and a system and working out the kinks. And so I'm actually kind of happy that we're not super busy, because then we can perfect our service.
4 weeks later, and it looks like all of Craig's investments have paid off.
Of course.
The place is heaving.
We are very busy. Unexpectedly so. It's nice. It's full house on the terrace right now.
But there's an added challenge for Craig and Robin. His dad Steve and stepmom Alison, who run their own restaurant, are among tonight's customers.
Well, we're waiting for our friends to join us tonight, so we thought we'd come to Tapavino because they're not long open, and obviously we wanted to support the family.
We normally just finish at the end of the night, and then we pop in and have a drink at the end of the evening.
And we don't want him to feel as if we're like checking in every Monday. You know.
He thinks we criticise and if we come too often.
But Craig's not too pleased about having his award-winning chef dad among his customers on this busy night.
What's wrong?
Sitting there watching every move.
Oh, I know.
I'm going to say something.
Don't say anything. Just stop it. We can handle this.
They already picked out where they would sit. They already knew, so they could watch the whole thing. We already knew. Like, it's so predictable.
Okay, well, we have to focus on this
one?
now. The prawn and chorizo to table 7, please.
We don't suggest anything anymore. We just wait till he sort of wants to know.
With Steve and Alison to serve, as well as a full terrace, can Craig and Robin keep their cool?
Welcome to Tapavino, my wee boy's place.
This is lovely.
This is lovely, isn't it?
Robin, can you go and get those ladies drinks? Please, they're just waiting.
In the kitchen, Chef Eve gets to work on Steve and Alison's order of king prawns, ably assisted by Saffron. But will it please the pros?
So that was just out the head. That's where the flavour is. The most expensive prawns in Spain, the Spanish eat not for the meat, but for the what flavours in the heads.
Beautiful.
They're happy so far, but Craig wants to make sure they stay that way.
Robin, what food is my dad and that waiting for?
Scotch egg, the Spanish egg, and I think that's it.
Okay.
At the end of the night, it looks like Craig and Robin's punters are happy.
It's just a lovely, relaxed atmosphere with food that's just that bit above a lot of the others.
We'll be back.
First time here, very nice. It's everything they put in front of me, which is a first for me. But we'll definitely come here again, definitely.
With all the other diners full of praise, as Steve and Alison's table receive their final dish.
These are Scotch eggs.
Spanish Scotch egg.
Pudding.
Are they equally impressed?
That's amazing.
It's lovely.
Lovely.
It's lovely.
Beautiful.
Really nice.
Really nice. Delicious.
Yeah.
Oh, we're really proud of what we've achieved, aren't we? Yeah, both of them have done so well. They really have done so well in quite a short space of time.
And they will do well.
And with the ringing of the till still in his ears, Craig's a happy man.
The number of tables we did was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tables tonight. We've done as many tonight as almost the whole of last week.
But they're going to need many more nights like this to make up for the slow start of the year. In Denia on the Costa Blanca, Matt and Karen Blair's charter business is quietening down as the summer season comes to an end.
We're now in September, early September, so the main tourist season has now finished. So most of the bookings we're likely to get from now on are going to be from people who actually live here or who have got family out to visit.
Having spent €35,000 on setting up their company, it's now time for Matt and Karen to decide if their charter business is a viable one.
In the peak season, if you like, which would run us through from beginning of June to end of September, we would need to be averaging €1,900 a week in order to cover costs for the year. That hasn't quite happened this year, but we're really happy with the way things have gone, and they've gone better than we could possibly have hoped, really, for our first year.
We're probably at around, what, 65–70%
Yeah, I would say so.
of where we wanted to be, which in reality is actually quite an achievement. It's quite good.
Bookings may have slowed down now, but Matt and Karen still regularly run their successful plastic patrol operation. Matt is setting sail on the 9th cleaning trip of the Med this season, and Expats Roy and Dean have joined him after reading his appeal on the Plastic Patrol social media page.
And so if you come backwards a little bit on your left. Very good. There's lots of volunteers, so lots of people put their names down.
There's a large inflatable thing over there. It's probably a fender, actually.
No, it's a balloon.
It's a balloon.
Matt and Karen have taken more than 30 volunteers on their cleaning trips this season, each of whom contributed to the cost of the fuel.
Right then, Dean, you're up. Great. Good job.
As Matt motors along the coast,
Tin can. Oh, it's full of pebbles.
there's no shortage of litter to pick up from Matt and Karen's new office.
That's it. Very good. And on the other side. Since we started, it must be 30-odd bin bagfuls, big black bin bags.
That's a lot of pieces.
Yeah.
Like individual pieces. That's
a lot of small stuff.
Tens of thousands.
Yeah. No, there's a plastic bag at the back of the cave. Good net, Roy.
Strips of plastic.
Through regular litter patrols, Matt and Karen hope to help preserve this area's natural beauty for when they return to work in summer.
Is the heron in the background?
Oh yeah, over there.
It's well, it's more than a privilege to be able to come and just see this beautiful place on such a regular basis. It's great.
After cleaning up 5 miles of coast, it's time for Matt to turn back.
Well, guys, I think we're all plasticed out. I think we're going to have to head home and have a beer.
It's good, really enjoyed it. I love coming back so fast.
And it seems, as a result of today, Matt and Karen might have got themselves a new booking.
Well, we've got friends coming over from Australia. It'd be great to take a group out and just get Matt to take us into all the caves and to do some snorkeling and just have a lot of fun on the boat. I wasn't aware of his business until I did this, but now I've sort of been out with him, I would choose to use his services.
Great news for Karen and Matt. And there's more. Even though they haven't received the spare parts for the engine yet, Matt has been offered a job repairing engines in the boatyard, which will supplement the couple's income during the quiet winter months and set them up for the next summer season.
Plans for next year? Get a second boat. No. Plans for next year is to
Develop the business.
yeah, develop on what we've already done this year and keep doing it well and refine it and do it even better. Hopefully have a good season, get some more money behind us so that year 3 we can definitely get a second boat up and running.
And after spending the season taking out customers, it's time for the couple to enjoy their new life and all it has to offer.
When you get days like this, we can come out and enjoy the boat ourselves. How lucky we are to have all this around us. Fantastic.
Next time, 2 ice cream lovers start churning it out in France.
Vanilla, 8 vanilla. Trying to sell faster than he can make.
Going too fast.
8 caramel.
Sell.
But their new business faces an uphill struggle.
I've come to France to make delicious traditional ice cream with local ingredients.
Du Nutella.
And what do the children want? Nutella.
At Richard and Eileen's,
There's a few little issues that we need to have a look at. I put my combat gloves on.
it's troubleshooting time again.
You've got the shower chair, which lots of people would have an issue with that.
Okay.
And Lottie and Pete celebrate 3 years in Spain.
Yeah.
You look beautiful.
Wow.
We really love it here,
Yeah,
so we'd like to stay here for forever.
But will a bothersome B&B renovation scupper their dream life in the sun?
It's getting to the kind of
Squeaky bum time.
money is getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
It's a dream chased by thousands of expats, setting up new lives in Europe.
It couldn't be any different than Scotland.
I feel like I've just been born.
There's great weather and property is amazing value.
Something like this in the UK would be well out of our reach.
But nothing in life is for free.
Look at that swimming pool.
Yeah,
wow.
that's way too much money.
So to pay their way, enterprising expats are aiming high.
That was amazing.
And going into business.
Oh, you've done brilliantly.
On this series, we're with a new group of Brits.
Why can't we just have opened a flower shop?
Setting sail and serving up in Spain.
Always happy customers here.
Running fishing lodges and B&Bs in France.
Oh, door's not on.
But will business boom? Or go bust?
We are quite literally dead in the water.
And will these new expats find happiness in the sun?
So proud of you and what you're setting out to do.
On today's show, the expats whose new Spanish casa is in chaos.
I've said to him categorically that we're moving everything in whether or not it's finished.
But will this decision be a good move?
It would take some to break it, actually. I mean, it's a monster.
A French B&B has catering ambitions.
We'd like to be able to offer this perhaps once a week, and it gives a good idea of what the costings are. So this is a big test, actually.
But is their business plan dead in the water?
How much did you spend on fish?
€72.
And the ice cream makers fighting back.
There's no way anyone's going to shut me down. I'm going to do what we need to do.
Yeah, we're going to make a success of this.
Can they keep on the straight and narrow?
Well, this time all the ice cream didn't fall out.
The Dordogne. Some of France's best wines come from this lush region. It's one of the favourite areas for British expats to relocate, with thousands living here already. Among the latest arrivals are former finance director Richard Draper and sandwich shop owner Eileen Brown, who are running a gîte complex, La Colombière.
It's about the change of life, so it's about doing something that we want to do, something we're doing that we want to do together. Cheers.
Cheers.
Changing the way we've done our life before and being in control of our own destiny, and doing it in a beautiful place that's warm and sunny.
Richard and Eileen are midway through handling their biggest booking yet. Their friend Mike has come to celebrate his 60th birthday and brought 35 guests with him.
Here he comes. Here's the birthday boy. Happy anniversary to you. Happy birthday, Michael. What's it like being 60? Similar to 59.
Richard and Eileen are determined to make a success of Mike and his friend's stay, so they've got their hands full today.
Brunch about 11, we've decided. Cocktails by the pool at about 4 o'clock. And then the big birthday barbecue.
It'll be a challenging dry run for Richard and Eileen, as next year they plan to cater for their guests too.
We'd like to be able to offer this perhaps once a week. So we'll do the big barbecues, we might even do the big paella pan. And it gives a good idea what the costings are. So this is a big test actually.
With plans to make catering a commercial enterprise, they need to spend wisely on the ingredients for today's dinner.
We're off to the market in Miramont to go and get some provisions for the barbecue and some provisions for brunch. I think supermarkets have taken over in the UK. It's really sad, but look at this. All the produce is fresh and it's in season. So, yeah, we love coming to these markets.
Fish is top of the list for tonight's barbecue.
Monsieur, le toit de basse, s'il vous plaît. Le filet. Oui.
Pour combien de personnes?
How many people? Six personnes.
6 personnes?
Right.
Richard now needs to be careful how much he spends.
72. 72 euros. Expensive fish. Lemon? Lemon, oui. C'est gratuit, le lemon, oui. Oh, merci, monsieur, merci.
This is some pricey poisson.
Merci à vous, bon journée.
Let's hope the expensive fish will be popular, because if they want to succeed, they can't eat into their own profits.
So you probably need a couple of bags, don't you?
Armed with the fish and some tomatoes and mushrooms for brunch, it's back to the gîte.
That fish is probably £6. That is gold-plated fish. Right, Benj, we need to allocate that into 6 equal slugs.
How much did you spend on fish?
72 euros. Fresh as the day is long.
How much fish have you got?
Got 6 sea bass and 4
salmon.
4 salmon.
As Eileen gathers the order, let's hope there'll be takers for the fish.
Okay, ladies. Ooh. Would you like steak, salmon or sea bass?
Oh, sea bass, please.
Salmon. I'll have salmon. And would you like a burger starter as well?
Okay, thanks.
Well done.
Fortunately, the fish is a popular choice. All Richard needs to do now is make it tasty.
I would say that's probably cooked.
Food's absolutely delicious. It's been really lovely, really relaxing. Everybody's mucked in.
Very good. The barbecue.
Barbecues, well done barbecues.
The main's a hit. Now time for dessert.
Happy birthday to you.
It's been the perfect climax to a week of celebrations.
It's exceeded expectations. It's been fantastic, really. What I'm going to say.
Sun going down, nice company, nice wine, good food, fabulous.
We've been so welcomed by Richard and Eileen, and I think they're going to make a huge success of this. And I think we've been extremely fortunate to be the first big party here. It's just been so special.
But has Richard and Eileen's catering service been a success? And can they make it a going concern?
It's definitely been a test as to whether we can pull this off.
Yeah. And every big journey starts with a small step. Well, we've taken a couple of big steps today. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Top dollar. Well done, Mrs.
Well done to you.
Jaén Province in southern Spain. This inland region is packed full of small artisan farmers producing delicacies like Serrano ham. With house prices up to 50% cheaper than the touristy coastal towns, this area has become increasingly popular amongst British expats. Among them are artists Lottie and Pete Nevin, who moved to the town of Las Pilas de Fuente Soto.
And we share, we share our skills with the village and they share their extra tomatoes and peppers. It's a brilliant system and we love it.
Lottie and Pete are turning a medieval house into a B&B in nearby Alcalá la Real, but are already months behind schedule and €15,000 over budget, forcing them to cancel their first booking.
Hello, what's up?
Yeah, well, it's so bloody long since I've seen you. I've had this colour over a month. That is how long you haven't been here. Okay.
Let's have a look upstairs.
They've even had to put their own house on the market to pay for the overspend. But now, at the beginning of August, it looks like the end is in sight.
I've said to him categorically that between the 15th of September and the 20th of September, we are moving everything in. And we're moving everything in whether or not it's finished.
I just think if we can get that cooker in, that's going to really focus the mind on getting the kitchen done.
Yeah, next week could be good.
Del 8 de septiembre.
That's good.
With a bit of luck, we might be in there in 4 weeks.
Fortunately, builder Kiko has kept his word. The new kitchen has been plastered and it's time for Lottie and Pete to move their expensive cooking range from their old house to the new one.
Today is oven removal day.
Yeah, very exciting.
Actually, it's the most expensive cooker I've ever ordered.
It's more expensive than the house.
So exaggerate.
What?
I've just remembered something quite crucial. I said to Kiko, we must have an electrician here today.
Electricity had a key?
Yeah.
If you don't turn the electricity off, you have one less person to move the cooker. Yeah, I'm a good electrician. I've blown myself across the room a couple of times.
After the cooker is unplugged from the mains, it's time to move it.
Hot bear to watch.
Which is easier said than done.
It would take some to break it, actually. I mean, it's a monster.
You were saying, Pete? With the cooker finally on the lorry, Pete and Lottie can breathe again. Or maybe not.
Last time we made marks on the floor, we got fined €13 by the council.
A short time later, and with a little more manpower, Lottie's cooker makes its way safely towards her new kitchen.
Ahí en medio donde está el enchufe.
Hey!
Fantastic. Yeah. Oh my God, look. Yes! It does look beautiful, doesn't it?
Installing the precious cooker is a step towards making Lottie and Pete's new house habitable. And meanwhile, the tilers have made huge strides in the bathroom.
It is so lovely having a bath.
What are you doing in there?
See you later. Not next week, but the week after, I'm actually going to be in there.
I like your optimism.
With the house progressing nicely, there's some more good news for Lottie and Pete. After just 2 months on the market, they found a buyer for their old house.
Our lawyer told us that the people who are buying our house need to complete on Monday because their stuff has arrived from Dubai, I think, and is sitting on the port in Malaga. So they're very, very keen to complete, which is fantastic because it means the sale really, really is going to go through.
But with the summer season now nearing an end, will Lottie and Pete finally be able to open their B&B and recoup some of their overspend? The Dordogne, southwest France. Its capital, Périgueux, has winding medieval streets, bustling markets, and stunning 1,000-year-old churches. Chris and Ariane Cutler moved to this region to launch their traditional ice cream company, Glace de Vonac.
Ah, oui.
Networking. It's what she does all the time. I've no idea who this person is. I'm sure she hasn't met her before, but she's talking about ice cream, and that's what makes it so successful.
But right now, Chris and Ariane could face having to shut the business as environmental health checks revealed bacteria in their ice creams. They think using milk from a local supplier could be the problem.
We came here to make ice cream with local products. And this farmer, who's become our friend, produces the milk and the cream. And so if we can't buy our milk and cream from him, it cuts across our philosophy of making a local product with local ingredients.
Chris and Ariane have also employed an independent consultant and need to sort out the problem fast, or it could be curtains for their fledgling business.
There's no way anyone's going to shut me down. I'm going to do what we need to do.
Yeah, we're going to make a success of this.
A few days later, they think they've identified a potential problem with Chris's pasteurisation process.
I was following the process, but I wasn't cooling it down quick enough. And as soon as I cooled it down quick enough, and they retested it, it passed. That's such a sort of sense of relief because we fixed the cause and it fixed the problem.
Retesting has shown that the problem has now been solved, so production can restart and, importantly, they can keep using milk from their local supplier.
The guy who does our milk makes every effort to have the least bacteria possible. But we could use sterilised milk, sterilised cream, and we wouldn't not have all this problem. But there's no taste to it, and it's not local.
With production back up and running, they can concentrate on marketing their new ice cream lines, including a beer-flavoured ice cream designed by Chris.
A lot of people do like beer, but they are not keen on trying the beer flavour. But yeah, Chris wants to persevere with that one. Yes, have you got vanilla, please?
I can get you more vanilla, yeah.
Ariane is about to get a chance to push their new product at a local festival.
Are you full yet?
Yes, and I think that's enough.
But she's on her own as Chris has to continue producing ice cream to meet growing demand.
Right, you off now?
Yes.
I've done the caramel. I'm going to do the strawberries and cream this afternoon, but then I absolutely need to do chocolate and Nutella for tomorrow because you're nearly out.
Yeah, and don't forget my peaches.
Peaches?
Peaches.
Yes.
Yes, yes, dear.
As Ariane arrives at the carnival, the biggest challenge is the first one, getting her bicycle and heavy freezer off the trailer.
I need to find a volunteer, and as I am a woman, it's usually okay, and I can see one coming, so I shall go and ask. On y va. Voilà. Et voilà. Oof.
You can always rely on the kindness of strangers, especially when a free ice cream is the reward.
Et voilà. Merci beaucoup de votre aide. Off we go. I am not cycling. This time all the ice cream didn't fall out.
As Ariane starts setting up her stall, with lots of visitors expected, will her lone expedition be a success? The Jaén province, southern Spain. And artists, Lottie and Pete Nevin, are preparing for a big day.
Hola. Today is the day I have been waiting for almost a year.
After selling their current house, Lottie and Pete are about to shift all their belongings to their new home, which they've been restoring for over 11 months.
It is far from ready to move into, but it's a happy day. It's a brilliant day. It's wonderful.
The house isn't finished. It hasn't got any glass in the windows and hasn't got a toilet and, yeah, small details.
Builders are due to complete work on their new place shortly, but with the buyers of their old house desperate to move in, Pete and Lottie are having to move early. At least selling this house for €77,000 has put an end to their money worries.
For the first time in months, Pedro's actually sleeping at night because he's not worrying about money, because the money's in the bank.
A lot of tension for months and months and months, thinking, oh, well, I can afford this, can I afford that? And now the pressure's off a little.
Lottie and Pete need to complete the removals before sundown to allow the new owners to move in tomorrow.
Why do I have to have so much crap in my house?
You always say, I'm never going to move again, and you do.
I wonder how often he's looked at this.
2 hours into the work and the first load of furniture is finally ready to be moved.
Are you off somewhere?
Some of us.
Some
of us are quite
people have work
busy.
to do.
Some of us are quite busy.
I better do some work.
10 miles away at Lottie and Pete's new house.
Patio.
Patio. This is a bit helio. It was all going to be so perfect, and I was going to come to a clean house that I'd cleaned before, and everything was going to
Perfectly
be
finished.
with a lovely flushing loo and a hot bath to look forward to, and the fridge already cooling a bottle of something nice.
Yeah.
It hasn't quite worked out like that.
The entrance to the house, the art studio and the bedrooms are nearly complete, but not having a finished bathroom means that Lottie and Pete might have to improvise for the next week or so.
Yeah. Well, we can live outside.
At least the kitchen's coming along, designed by Lottie and made with traditional Spanish tiles.
I reckon that by the end of today, this might be ready for put some things in. I don't know, I might be being optimistic as usual.
But there's another reason why the work needs to be finished ASAP.
We do have some paying guests coming in about 6 weeks, which is great.
And when it's finally finished, in 2000,
Give us a couple of weeks.
2019.
Give us a couple of weeks, this will be looking stunning.
Yeah.
With guests booked in, will Lottie and Pete manage to complete the renovations on time? In the French Dordogne, it's mid-August and a very important day for Ariane Cutler and her husband Chris's new ice cream company.
I am not set up yet. I haven't plugged in the electricity. So I've just been selling about 15 ice creams, just arriving like that.
Ariane is setting up at the Nexon Carnival, a large village fete south of Limoges, with many visitors expected and temperatures of 32 degrees forecast. It's perfect ice cream selling weather.
I've got about 200 pots on board today. So, I'm hoping to be empty by the time I leave tonight. Ouais. Bonne chance.
It's a good start, but there's still Chris's unusual new flavour to sell.
Right, here's the beer one. It's a blonde beer. It's disgusting. Ugh. hate it. The caramel beurre is the one that's going to make us a fortune. This one, no. Vous allez goûter celle à la bière?
Ah, il y a une glace à la bière aussi.
À la bière? Oui. Non. Est-ce que vous voulez une glace à la bière?
Non, non, pas de glace à la bière. Non, ça se boit à la bière.
You only drink beer, you don't eat it as an ice cream. It's too precious to eat it as an ice cream.
Voilà, exactement.
So far, the beer ice cream has had a frosty reception, and if Ariane fails to sell any today, they may have to put this idea on ice. Time to break the news to its inventor, husband Chris.
I am trying to push the beer, but I'm not very successful. Apparently, beer should be drunk and not eaten as an ice cream.
Okay.
I'm pushing, but without success. Bye.
Whilst beer might not be the moneymaker they hoped, another of their speciality varieties, goat's milk ice cream, tempts a passerby.
Voilà. Merci. He came straight for a goat. We do ice cream with goat milk. It's a very subtle. Ah, elle est bonne. Ah, merci beaucoup. Merci.
And straight after, it looks like another customer is willing to experiment.
J'ai caramel beurre salé, miel et noix, mais j'ai aussi bière.
D'accord.
Oui.
D'accord, ok.
D'accord.
Bon, alors goûtons ça.
Oui, voilà.
C'est vrai?
Oui.
Ah, c'est bon.
Vous aimez?
Ah ouais, c'est très bon. Parfait. C'est aussi rafraîchissant qu'une vraie bière.
Ah oui.
Success at last.
It is tough to sell those beer ice cream. I have sold an awful lot of other ones before this beer one.
As the day draws to a close, it's time for Ariane to take stock.
It's been a very successful day for me. There's been a steady trickle of people, and I've sold about 100 ice creams. The beer has not been as successful as I would have wished, but I sold 5 of them.
That's about €300 for a day's work. But will the rest of the summer be a success? The Dordogne. And at Richard and Eileen Gîte Complex, the last guests of the season are about to check out.
It's been an absolute pleasure to host your 60th birthday, and thank you for choosing La Colombia for it. It's been an absolute pleasure. Cheers.
More than lived up to expectations, really, been really good.
I would recommend anyone else to come next year to go on to bigger and better things.
Hosting friend Mike's birthday party and his 35 guests has been the biggest booking this year for Richard and Eileen.
I suppose for us, this signifies the end of our first season, really. And for me, La Colombia has worked as I thought it would when we embarked on this adventure, 10 months ago? It's been absolutely bloody brilliant, thank you. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely stunning. I think I'm going to cry. It's been brilliant.
It's been great. Thank you.
No, thank you. It's been our best fortnight for a long, long time. One in the middle.
Bye.
Au revoir. Woo. I've got some tears in my eyes there. Yeah, I'm dead sad.
The house has been so full and so busy.
Yeah.
We've had 38 people here at one stage.
Yeah.
And then there were 2.
And then there were 2. Yeah, me and thee.
Yeah.
But informed by reviews from their guests, work doesn't stop here.
We've had quite a bit of feedback from people, so now we've got to go and sort of do the research, find the people, do it ourselves. So between now and the run up to Christmas, we'll be busy.
With plans to improve their disabled facilities alongside general maintenance and painting, part of their profits will be reinvested back into the property.
Rome wasn't built in a day, you know. Nobody has a bottomless pit of money, and we have to spend the money wisely, don't we? We have to make sure it goes in the places that's going to have the biggest impact, I think. We've got big spaces here that are unproductive, and it's finding ways of turning that into utilisable space for the benefit of clients.
Richard and Eileen had a total of 170 guests this season, which completely covered their costs, as well as going some way to recouping the $30,000 they spent for the renovation. And they're confident they can carry on with the business.
People keep saying to me, oh, is this your dream? I wouldn't have been able to dream this.
You know, we've looked at the big palatial houses and think, oh, what would it be like to live in a place like that? Well, here we are in France, and we're living that dream. We're living that adventure. How good is that?
In Alcalá la Real, work has finally finished on Lottie and Pete's B&B, just before their first guests are due to turn up.
Yeah, it's novel to have a house that you can switch and it will be warm.
And it's a novelty having a bath. It's a novelty not having to pee on a bucket at night.
Yeah.
The completion of the work has come 6 months after their original date.
No, I think it takes a while to sink in because so much has been going on, and we'd had all our furniture in the yard till about, 8-9 days ago.
The house has a large downstairs entrance, which has been built around the pre-existing traditional features.
What we love about this area is the beams and the walls, and for me, I love the space.
Just 6 months ago, the staircase leading to the bedrooms collapsed, increasing the cost of the project and forcing Lottie and Pete to build a brand new one.
This area here, which only a few months ago was a heap of dust and rubble because the staircase fell down. In hindsight, I'm so thrilled they did fall down because we've ended up with a much nicer thing than before.
Lottie and Pete plan to run art classes as well as a B&B here, so they're converting the old dairy into an arts room.
Right, studio.
So this will be the studio. It'll take time to work out exactly how the studio in terms of print will work, but we've got really good walls for painting. I wanted to attract people who maybe hadn't made art before but would like to come at work.
Lottie and Pete's first paying customers are due to arrive in just a week's time. It's a party of 3 who will stay in their 3 guest bedrooms.
Ta-da! I'm actually feeling already jealous about people coming to stay in this bedroom. That was given to me by a friend. Oh, and then this mirror I bought the other day. I was so excited. I said to the woman, oh, I'll have that mirror on the shelf. That one, yes, the one at the back, the one right at the top. And I could feel her face going, oh, God. I bought it at home and I put it on. It's one of those crazy ones that makes you go a weird shape. Ooh. Anyway, I've got it now. I'm not changing it. It's perfectly fine. And then in here, originally, there was 1 bathroom in the house. So we chopped it into 1/3 and 2/3 to create the ensuite, which I hope will add a sort of je ne sais quoi to this special bedroom.
As they prepare to finally welcome guests, Lottie and Pete will soon get a chance to show off the fruits of their hard labour.
The end result, the end feel, the end style, the end ambience is absolutely what I had hoped for.
Later that week, and the house is a hive of activity as the guests will arrive in just 2 hours.
Hoovering. Takes a while to master this machine, but eventually.
Oh God, I'm making a pig's ear of this. See why I need that cleaning lady? Does it have to be totally shiny, do you think?
And just as the final touches are complete, friends and first guests Bernadette, Yvonne and Denise arrive from the UK.
And this is Colin, and this is Wilma.
We've met, well, put one cat out. And the other 2 are sat outside like, hello.
Yes. Should we put the suitcases in there?
Yes, let's get the rooms.
That's amazing. Are these Pete's?
Yes, it's one of Petra's.
Oh, this is gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, and look, the flowers. This is beautiful, isn't it?
Well, considering the pictures we saw from before to how it is now, they've done a phenomenal job.
It's awe-inspiring, isn't it, really? Do you know? It's absolutely gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
It sounds like the place has made a good impression on Lottie and Pete's guests.
It's really lovely when someone walks into the room and says, it's lovely, you know? That's what you hope.
Lottie and Pete are providing meals as well as accommodation, but they've never run a B&B before.
Good day.
Okay, Neville, you better go and check everyone's got a drink. I'm going to go on and make the supper.
I've got a drink.
This is so grown up, isn't it?
Is that how it's done?
We're actually doing this for real. I spent a whole year talking about it, and now I've actually got to perform.
In the French village of Vonac, it's the end of the summer for husband and wife team Chris and Ariane Cutler, who moved here from Reading. With Chris relishing his role as ice cream maker and Ariane pounding the pavements to sell it, it seems the business has finally picked up after a tricky start to the season.
Somebody asked me for 270 and they asked, can you bring us these ice cream this afternoon? And it's been absolutely fantastic to have this reception in our first year. Okay, up.
Not content catering to traditional tastes, Chris and Ariane also experimented with new flavours.
The beer one, it just tastes disgusting.
Tastes lovely, I love it.
It was just too hard to sell, and I always put it at the bottom of the freezer. Oui. No.
I've got a soft spot for the beer ice cream, but my problem is that if the person in charge of sales, if her heart's not in a product, then it doesn't get pushed.
It's disgusting. Ugh.
But despite her misgivings, Ariane is giving the beer flavour one last push at a newly built theatre. She's taking 7 varieties for them to taste, and hopefully they'll buy them as interval snacks.
So it's a matter for them to taste, to see which flavours they're going to take. Cross fingers, that's what I'm hoping that they're going to do. Voilà, bonjour Lionel. Bonjour. Je viens pour que tu goûtes mes glaces.
Getting in with a new theatre could be a big boost to support them through the winter.
Merci. J'ai miel de lavande, bière.
And they're optimistic about today's meeting.
We've been amazed at how quickly people have got to know our product.
Oui, oui. Merci.
But what will the theatre company staff think of Chris and Ariane's produce?
Donc, qui veut de la poire?
Moi.
Voilà.
Café au lait.
Café au lait. Tiens.
A great feeling for me is when there are people sitting around actually eating your ice cream and saying, oh, this is really nice. And you get quite a buzz out of that.
Super.
It seems like the ice creams are going down well, and that's including Chris's adventurous beer flavour.
They didn't want to try the beer, and I forced it a little bit, and now they're really liking it. And I wanted to bring the beer because it's going to be theatre in the evening, and so in the evening I'm thinking that beer might go better. It was very successful, they loved it, and I was able to also get a firm commitment for their first real performance, and they will be serving ice cream. It's fantastic, it's all snowballing, but it's snowballing very well.
That's another buyer to add to the Cutler's burgeoning list. This year they sold about 15,000 ice cream pots, which is a good start for their business.
We didn't come to France to be part of the expat community. We came to France to plant our roots into the community.
Ariane and Chris are now working on decorating the house and revamping their website in preparation for the new season.
We certainly have no regrets in leaving England.
The area, the climate, the sunshine, the rural nature of it. The pace of life is slower, people are friendly, and that's been a very positive change for me.
In Alcalá la Real, southern Spain, artists Lottie and Pete Nevin have been hosting the first group of guests at their newly restored B&B.
So I've got a bit of cleaning up to do this morning.
Yeah, there's lots going. We've had a really, really good time, actually.
Guests Bernadette, Yvonne and Denise have been staying for a week now and are taking part in Pete and Lottie's art classes.
The shadow here, you know, think about where you are in relation to it.
What you get isn't just the food and the accommodation and the beautifully restored property. What you get is the energy from Lottie and Pete.
I have said to them, listen, be honest with me, tell me, you know, what's not working or what. And I think pretty much everything's gone as I'd hoped. What I'm really pleased about is how the space works, because you never really know with a house until you've got a number of people in it, how it works, you know. And actually, I'm really thrilled because it works how I'd hoped it would. You know, there are enough loos, there's enough bathrooms, there's enough space for people to, you know, if they want to go off and do something on their own, there's all of that. And I'm pleased about that.
There is, however, a slight problem. Lottie has booked in an extra guest, but she doesn't have any spare rooms.
Silly Lottie overbooked. And I overbooked because when the lady said she was coming at the end of November, I assumed she meant in a week. So I said, yes, that's absolutely fine. And I didn't actually say the crucial thing, which is, oh, what dates? Because I just assumed end of November meant end of November.
The double booking means that guest Bernadette will have to move into her friend's room, where there's a sitting room with an extra bed. Thankfully, she doesn't seem to mind.
It's fine, and it's you know, it's one night. Bye-bye bed. Next door.
Hello. Hola.
Hola. Good to meet you.
And you? You're Patricia, yes?
I am.
Oh, welcome. Come in.
Thank
It's
you.
filthy out there, isn't it?
Absolutely. It looks absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
Isn't it lovely and warm?
It is. Come upstairs. Come to your room.
New guest Patricia from Somerset chose to come and stay at Lottie and Pete's after walking by during her summer holiday and seeing their renovation project.
Oh, how lovely. Isn't it beautiful? Yeah.
I think it's absolutely fantastic. As soon as you come through the door, you can tell it's been so beautifully done. It's amazing. I love it. It's so Spanish, it's so original. I think Lottie's put some beautiful touches everywhere, and I can't wait to stay.
It seems their B&B is proving to be a hit. Early feedback from the guests suggests that after months of painful renovations, their business dream is finally coming true.
It's an enormous thing to have your first paying guest. I mean, you know, I've lain in bed for months and months and months envisioning how it's going to be and, you know, and planning everything. And then suddenly it arrives and you think, oh my God, you know, is it going to be okay? And actually, I think it's been okay, and I think, and I hope that everyone's had a really nice time.
And as their latest guest settles in for her stay, there's some more great news for Pete and Lottie.
The architect, who we hadn't seen for months, came running up the street, flapping a piece of paper, and he said, I think you own half that building next door. And we said, stop it. Are you serious?
So from here to that wall, we think it's part of our deeds.
Everybody knows we actually want to buy that plot of land because we've got big ideas for that as well. Either to create more garden space or to create another studio.
This is a fantastic opportunity for Lottie and Pete. They might expand their B&B for the next season.
We'll have to find out. I mean, it could be a lot of these old houses, the plans have never been updated, and that might be one reason.
Fancy that, we might be 25 square metres richer. Just don't know.
With a possible project lined up and some happy customers, Lottie and Pete are confident that their business will be a success and that they're here to stay as B&Bers.
It hasn't always been easy, this process, and there have been a few ups and downs, and there have been some kind of scary moments and some hairy moments, and then suddenly it's all come together, and actually it just works even better than I thought it would.
It's beautiful. We kind of walk around and go, God, I love this house even more today than I did yesterday.
I absolutely love this area. I feel totally at home here and I can't imagine being anywhere else right now.
Since November, Lottie and Pete have taken more bookings for next summer. Pete is planning on expanding his courses online as well as in the studio. In Vonac, Chris and Ariane are preparing for the next season. Chris is looking into more exciting new ice cream flavours. And Richard and Eileen have now installed a pool heating system. This means that they have bookings as early as spring and they can make their huge gîte complex more profitable. Next time, a couple from Scotland move to a millionaire's playground.
Oh, we'll get to know them. Are you coming up for a brew?
But their plans soon stall.
We think the clutch might have burnt out because the sat-nav sent us the wrong way.
Can two restaurateurs in France
I think that's hot enough.
branch out into a new wedding business?
We haven't got enough chairs. And that, we need to go and pick some chairs up. All cutlery. And that. All glasses. And that.
And the adrenaline junkies, taking a financial risk by becoming holiday hosts.
It did wipe us clean, but we knew it was a good move to make. Well, we hope it will be.
Every year, thousands of Brits leave the UK in search of a dream in Europe.
Look at that sunrise now, beautiful.
I could almost die and go to heaven, and this is what it would be like.
There's sunshine, scenery and a great quality of life. But all this has to be paid for.
Yes, we bought our house!
So to fund the dream...
This is part of our working day now.
Brits are jumping in and starting up businesses.
There's absolutely no way that we can host a wedding in this marquee.
On this brand new series, we follow the enterprising expats.
She's like a pregnant Hollywood star.
Running B&Bs and boats in Spain.
It's another day in the office.
Vineyards and villas in France.
One day you might be drinking that.
But will they make it? Or break it?
If we don't start getting bookings, it's going to be a bit of a problem.
It's going to be intense.
And will these new expats find happiness in the sun?
This could be a new life in the sun for us.
Today, the cupboards are bare at this Spanish holiday home.
There's no cups or plates. There's not even any cutlery.
None of that was in their budget at all.
No, I know.
Two French restaurateurs face their biggest ever service.
Logistically, getting 80 people's meals out fast is really going to stretch us.
And there's a tough booking at the kite surfing school.
If it's not happening by the end of this lovely holiday, I might have to put a stop loss on it.
Can this expat instructor turn his pupils' fortunes around?
Well, favourite part of the job is just taking them from, hopefully, 0 to hero.
The Dordogne in southwest France. An area packed with miles of breathtaking countryside and pretty French villages that have stood for centuries. And for around the price of a UK semi, you could own your own piece of history. This 17th century house, for example, with 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a library, and views over the neighbouring chateau is on the market for €229,000. Thousands of Brits choose this lifestyle, including Joe Gell and Alice Barnett, who run a B&B and restaurant 3 miles from the quaint town of Vertiac.
I come to work at 6 in the morning in the kitchen and I get to see the sunrise every day. From my kitchen window. Stunning, panoramic. So I get to see the sunrise there, and then I come out and I talk to some customers in the evening. I get to see the sunset over there. And this is every day.
I mean, it doesn't get better than that, does it? We are so privileged.
Are you supervising?
Yeah, absolutely. How am I doing?
Really well.
After a busy first year...
Escargot, anyone?
This summer, they've decided to expand by branching out into the lucrative events market. So far, their new venture has been a success. But today, they'll be catering for their largest booking to date.
So today is a birthday party, a very big birthday party for 80 people. Lots of locals, but lots of people flying in for the birthday party. 80 is absolutely way more than we've ever done here before. So I'm a little bit nervous about that. I haven't had a few sleepless nights about that.
There's 78 people. Well, obviously we'll go for 80, yeah?
Yeah, we'll go for 80.
Yeah.
Joe has a larger team for the event, but the kitchen is still relatively small. So getting 300 dishes ready for a party in 4 hours' time will be a huge challenge.
We've got some canapes, so we've got some mini croque monsieurs. What's the other one?
I've made some blinis to make some...
Oh, there you go, blinis with...
salmon mousse.
We have some vichyssoise going out for the amuse, so cold leek and potato soup. Then we have our starter. It's going to be the onion tart. Not quite done yet, but apparently we've only got 24 and it's almost 4 o'clock. So yeah, just panicking a little bit. I think with mass catering, you actually need a kind of drive to want to do it. Because it's just not my bag. It really isn't.
Whose idea was it to do this?
Yeah, OK, well, it was kind of my idea to go into mass events.
And it's not just the kitchen crew feeling the heat. The front of house team need to set up the tables, marquee and bar and be ready to serve the guests.
We do have a lot of people helping us out today, but logistically getting 80 people's meals out fast is really going to stretch us.
Although Joe is head chef...
So you've got a red, a white, a rosé here, and you're filling them up from underneath.
She can't resist checking on progress front of house.
They look horrible. Put them down the bar, yeah, down all of the sides of the bar. That'll look nice. Is this all right, Al? Sorry, I don't want to take over. Sorry. Do you mind?
Go for it. Absolutely.
Well, just don't look very nice on the table.
No,
Lovely
I think
things of flowers.
Time's up. Stop tinkering. As Joe and Alice's largest booking ever is arriving.
It always seems like it's all going to go horribly wrong, and then it's all right. And I should not say that, and I should touch some wood. We've got some little croque monsieurs here.
Would we be in the right place?
Are you in the right place? I don't know. Are you gate crashers? I don't know.
Guests have flown into France especially for this birthday party.
Chefs, want to go out, these ones?
Yeah, come on. Let's go.
Yeah.
So the pressure to get everything right is immense.
I'm not sure how it's going out down out there, but I think it's all right. I think we're good.
we were so nervous, but so far, so good. The kitchen seems to be coping with a huge amount of people. Everybody seems to be having a really good time. So for our first massive event, so far so good.
I do actually hate mass catering. If there was that tiny little bit of plating up and all that kind of stuff, I'd love it. But I don't really like smashing stuff out on plates, but...
It's not quite what we're doing, darling.
That's not what we're doing. Yeah, no, you're right.
Joe and Alice might have had some pre-party nerves, but the whole event has gone down a storm with the guests.
I've not thought about having a do here, but I was thinking we're coming up for something special in a few years' time. Maybe we'll ask Alice and Joe to do it.
It just works so hard, and it's a delight. It's a great joy to come here.
It's the most fabulous food you can have. It's a magical setting, it's relaxing and it's lovely, and it rather sums up our life in France.
The next day, after an exhausting 18-hour shift, there's little time to reflect on the party's success, as there's even more to come today.
Joe decided to take 2 party bookings on the same day.
Fine. What could possibly go wrong?
2 different parties on the same day. 1 toilet.
Ooh. I didn't think about that.
Tarifa, located on the southernmost tip of Europe. It's where the Med meets the Atlantic, and it's just a stone's throw from Africa. And thanks to strong winds that blow through the Straits of Gibraltar, it's also a kite surfer's paradise. It's here where Lisa and Kevin Mitchum run their kite surfing school.
Never gets a quiet lunch. Middle of a sandwich, there's always someone to help.
But though summers are great here, winters are tough because business dries up. So they've invested nearly €325,000 in a 7-bedroom property which they've turned into a guest house.
We've done a lot of the work that we needed to do. It needs to start paying back now. We need to start renting rooms, we need to be able to save money and not ploughing it all straight back in again. This year is important. It needs to work this year.
Hopefully it'll show that it can work.
It's now September and bookings are starting to pick up. Today, a group of 7 kite surfers from Cleethorpes are about to check in.
Come in, guys. It must have been a long journey. Get in.
Lisa has to be with the children tonight, so housekeeper Lucy is in charge of check-in.
So our rooftop, we've got our little space up here. You can come for barbecues. We had some good barbecues last week.
Most of these guys are experienced kite surfers, apart from Steve.
My son.
Aaron.
He's brought me here to drown, kite surfing. I'm a beginner.
And this is the best place to come and learn.
And you've never done kite surfing before?
Yeah, I've done it in Cleethorpes, in the good old UK.
Riverumber.
Yeah. I'm just worried that I'm just going to be left, and he'll just be off, gone, and I'll just be left there.
I'll drop him off at Crash in the morning, and I'll pick him up on the night time.
It's exactly what you need, isn't it? I like the colours. It's lovely.
It's the next morning.
Hey, how's it going?
14.
How's it going, mate? Yeah, you too.
With such a big group of varying abilities, Kevin needs help, so he's called on his instructor, Rich.
Got Rich teaching Steve. I'm more or less free to get out with the kiters and ride with them and work on new stuff, which is always good for me and great for them. I'm excited. Look at it, I am excited. We'll be out there in any minute. Get the kite pumped up.
Aaron can't wait to get started, but he can't help feeling anxious for his dad.
I don't think it's the kiting that's putting them off. I think maybe it's the obstacles. All the other kiters. And that's what they'll be worried about. He's pretty hardcore. He's not scared, but he'll be scared of hating somebody else.
Kevin takes the more experienced surfers out to sea. Leaving Steve...
This is power. This is making power, look. With the bar.
In Rich's expert hands.
We can make power, okay?
He's had lessons, he knows how to fly a kite, but Steve was just saying to me, a busy day in the UK, it's like 5 or 6 guys on his beach. This is a quiet day in Tarifa. So it's like, he's a bit of a fish out of water, so he needs those extra details and he needs that extra help to learn how to handle himself.
While Kevin and the other surfers are enjoying all Tarifa has to offer, it's an increasingly frustrating morning for beach-bound Steve.
Are we talking mostly you should be flying with one hand?
Absolutely one-handed.
And is there a time that you put your hand in that position over there at all?
Here?
Yeah.
Definitely. Closer to the centre of the bar we are, the more movement we have either way. Look at the kite.
For Kevin, sending home satisfied surfers is a must in this business.
I went to Morocco. It's amazing.
But he knows this is a difficult sport to master.
You know, there's a lot of things that you have to combine, you know, the flying of the kites, the board skills, the sort of knowledge of the wind and how it's going to help you. Well, favourite part of the job is just seeing the culmination of people training over the week and, you know, taking them from, hopefully, 0 to hero.
If it's not happening by the end of this lovely holiday, I might have to put a stop-loss on it and go back to freezing horrible cold skiing.
Have you paid yet?
As the group pack up, everybody is keeping their fingers crossed that Steve will rise to the challenge by the end of his holiday. But he hasn't got long, so will it be sink or swim? Andalusia in southern Spain. It's one of the most popular areas in the country for Brits to relocate to, drawn by the sunshine and laid-back lifestyle. A move here needn't cost the earth. For around 150 grand, you can pick up a 2-bedroomed apartment with a roof terrace and communal pool with a stunning view over the Med. But it also attracts those with more cash to splash. The pretty village of Frigiana is a mecca for the moneyed. And it's the new home for Donna and Derek Riseborough.
They do call it Millionaires Row because they are beautiful. Every single villa is individual and they're all behind these security gates and everything.
You can almost smell the money as you're driving down. It is absolutely the best street in the whole area.
But the couple who moved from Fife aren't exactly millionaires.
Do you fancy a brew?
I'd love a cup of tea.
They're renting this fully furnished €1.5 million villa for €30,000 a year. They will live upstairs while renting out the downstairs to holidaymakers.
To be able to live in this £1 million house, sometimes we have to pinch ourselves still, don't we?
It's now the end of August. Derek and Donna have just moved in and need to make the most of what's left of the season. Luckily, they do have guests, and they're due in just 2 days. But in their new home, there's a hitch.
Deke, there's nothing in the cupboards. There's no cups or plates. There's not even any cutlery.
There's no pots and pans either?
No. I feel a list coming on. So we're going to need a microwave.
We need like corkscrews and spatulas, and none of that was in their budget at all.
No, I know.
That's going to be about €500.
Finances are tight for Donna and Derek, and this is an affluent part of town, so bargains could be hard to come by.
I'll grab a trolley.
€6? I'm not paying €6 for a blooming egg slice. Colander, €7.50.
Yeah. Stop showing me expensive things. We're not buying them. You're wasting time.
I'm just not prepared to pay that.
Time to move on and find a cheaper shop.
Trolley each.
Yeah.
€2? They're all right, aren't they?
Bargain. Ka-ching.
That's about 30 cents a glass.
€2. You can't beat it. Look, €2. How much is that?
$3.95.
$1.95.
$1.95.
Kitchen knife, 40 cents. That's about 25p. Bingo. Kettle, toaster,
Potato
cutlery, crockery, chopping board I've got. God, Deke, I'm loving the prices in here. I'd be happy if it was under €150, but I don't think it will be.
And the secret of great budgeting is always having a firm handle on how much you're spending.
I reckon it could be €90 to 100. Yeah, we'll be about thereabouts.
OK, that particular skill might need a little honing.
Ouch.
No time to regret their purchases. It's 2 days before their first guests arrive. And they need to make sure the place is spick and span.
Maybe I'm just too fussy, I don't know. But I think if you're paying for what's advertised as a luxury villa, then you should get luxury. It's just as simple as that. And if it means me scrubbing the end of a shower tray, then so what?
But with 3 ensuite bedrooms, 2 living areas and a pool to meticulously clean...
Yeah, that's quite nice actually, I'll leave it like that. Stop fussing, Donna.
Donna and Derek have their work cut out. And the big clean continues well into the next day. With 3 hours to go before the guests arrive, there's still 3 outside areas to tidy up. And cots to construct.
According to this, you just push this up.
With time slipping away, last-minute nerves are creeping in.
I'm apprehensive about it. I know Deke is because he's very, very quiet today. So I know he's a bit nervous.
But Derek has more pressing matters on his hands.
When in doubt, read the instructions.
But eventually, with minutes to spare, cot construction is complete.
Done it.
I'd want to stay in here myself. It's looking good.
And in the nick of time.
Hello! We're here, Deke.
Let's hope their first ever guests are impressed.
Hola!
Hola,
good,
Roberto.
yeah. Hiya, nice Spanish way.
How'd you get 2?
In the Dordogne, Alice and Joe are recovering the morning after their biggest event to date, a birthday party for 80 guests.
When you say yesterday, it's like today and the next day and the day after. Could be any day. Any day that ends with the word day. Those are the tiring ones.
It was a really, really long day, wasn't it? I think it's more that you wake up...
Which day?
You wake up
Who are you?
And there's no time to relax. Because in just 3 hours, 2 parties are descending on Alice and Joe. One of 50 in the marquee and one of 40 in the garden.
When we were initially approached for both parties, the hog roast was going to be about 25 people, I think, and another person that we know booked in for lunch for about 25 people as well. Once people have booked in, when they say, can I up the numbers to 40, you can't say no. So now, instead of 50 people, we've now got 90.
Today's guest numbers will push them to capacity.
How's breakfast? Tiny bit of baguette.
But Joe's raised the bar even further. Why cook one menu when you can cook 2? Especially when you have a tiny rural kitchen.
So, I have one sort of traditional Sunday roast here today, which is a huge birthday party. I haven't had exact confirmed numbers. Then I have a hog roast, which is round by the pool.
If it all goes terribly wrong, it's my fault.
Yep, you're sleeping in the shed. There have been moments when we thought, have we overstretched? Are we doing too much? Have we taken too much on board? Can we actually provide the level of service that we like providing? I think today will be a real test.
How much sleep have you had, Liv? You probably had a load. Yeah, Liv's in charge.
But despite her sleep deprivation, Jo has a plan in place to cope with the double booking.
We've got 2 teams running today, and it's like we should be supporting each other, but actually, hopefully my team wins. And Ange's on my team. Me and Ange.
We're team 1.
We're gonna win.
The hog roast for party 1 has been cooking all morning, and the second group has ordered a roast dinner with all the trimmings.
They're laughing in there.
Why aren't we laughing here?
I want to join that team, they're laughing.
And as the guests arrive and the drinks are served, Alice has her first issue to sort out with Jo.
Simon and Cecil don't eat fish. They want a vegetarian starter if we do it.
Simple fix.
Just go out there and nick some stuff from the buffet. There's loads of salads and stuff like that.
Sneak some veggie food from the other party. And now, to top it all off, some B&B guests have just arrived early.
I knew the guys were going to check in today, but I actually thought they were eating with us tonight. But they really quite like lunch. Okay, let's do 102 people, why don't we?
Peter and Karen are touring through France and Spain on their scooter and have been looking forward to their 2-night stay at La Lunaire.
Oh, wow, that's nice fun. Yeah, really nice.
It's really nice to have a couple of days to unpack, enjoy the scenery and just relax in the sunshine. It's everything we wanted on rustic France, basically.
Our 2 new people have had a little bit of a wait. They're really lovely people, and they had a very early check-in because normally people don't check in until 2.
Yeah.
So they're very happy. They like the room.
You're on Vespa scooters?
Just on one. Just the 2.
You're on one Vespa scooter?
We're loaded up.
Seriously?
Thankfully, Peter and Karen are happy to eat the same food as the partygoers.
Really good, Joe, thank you.
Yeah, they rushed off their feet, but you'd never really know it. You know, they've always got plenty of time to come and talk to you and welcome you here.
Despite the extra orders, cramped kitchen and unexpected vegetarians, Joe and Alice seem to be pulling it off.
You wouldn't know there was another party going on round the corner. And you can hear the laughter and everyone's had such a fantastic time.
The pork was absolutely fantastic. The crackling was great. And we got some extra as well.
It's a group hug.
Cheers.
It's been the longest of weekends. After 3 events catering for around 200 people, the team are exhausted.
I think we reached a moment where we possibly bit off more than we can chew, but we did it. We did it. All of it seemed to go very well. I don't know if I want to do another one.
But with the core B&B business and a busy restaurant to manage alongside these large-scale events...
Can I go to bed now?
Can Joe and Alice keep up the momentum with 3 months of the summer season ahead? In Tarifa, Kevin and his instructor, Rich, have spent a week trying to teach holidaymaker Steve the art of kite surfing.
It's our last day. We won't be surfing tomorrow, going home tomorrow. And today is the repetition of the practice of all the things I've learned put all together. Now, I'm not expecting massive runs or anything like that, but I've learned a lot and I'm putting all that to practice.
He bought a lot of gear before we came here, and I think if you don't make it this holiday, if you don't get up and riding, I think he'll jack it in, to be honest. So this is make or break this holiday for him.
Meanwhile, Kevin is hoping to give 6 other advanced customers a holiday to remember with a 7-mile journey downwind.
You learn to ride upwind, but as soon as you can, people want to do downwinders because then you can play in the waves, you can jump. It's not easy. It's another skill to learn. Where we live in England, there's Grimsby and Hull. It's called Spurn Point, and it's 5 miles. So if I can do 7, I'm definitely going to be able to do it back at home, aren't I? So, yeah, it's going to give me some good minerals to get out there and do it back at home.
As the advanced kiters disappear into the distance, Steve gets some last-minute tips from a clean-shaven Rich.
Steady kite. Get the board on.
Low and go.
Yeah. Ready? I am.
If Steve can get onto the board and ride for just a few seconds, it will be a huge achievement and make his holiday complete.
Without any exaggeration whatsoever, it's probably the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. So many things to remember. And then you've got the waves, and then you're sinking back and you're getting salt water in your mouth and up your nose and in your sinus, and you're fighting everything.
It's just all a matter of time. He will go up and he will ride when he's ready.
And while others make it look like child's play, it's yet more frustration for Steve.
1 or 2 more little elements and then we're there.
He's not prepared to give up yet, though.
I love it. It's great. And I'm going to keep doing it till I get it.
after 3 hours in the water.
Come on, you're so close.
Steve's perseverance finally pays off.
He's up, he's up, he's up! He should be proud of himself. Just satisfied, you know, it's like a nice end to the week.
It's coming together. I'm on my own now. I can actually be safe with a kite on my own, and I can just practice and practice and practice up and down beautiful Cleethorpes Beach.
At the other end of the beach, Steve's son Aaron has also had a thrilling day.
Best trip I've ever had. Absolutely amazing. Really is. Exhilarating.
As the sun sets, Kevin's wife Lisa joins him on the beach.
I got a nice 10 minutes, so I'm happy with that. Good.
10 minutes every 2 months.
I know.
This has been a dream week. 7 kite surfers booked in for lessons and staying at the guest house has brought in some much needed income.
If you're into surfing, come here, you've died and gone to heaven. It's just beautiful.
But there's no doubt it's been a tough season. Kevin and Lisa need to decide whether they're earning enough to secure their future because they don't want their dream life to end.
Living here is just, gosh, I don't really know how to describe it. I think it's quite a special place, really. We love it.
On Millionaires Row in Frigiana, Spain's newest holiday hosts, Donna and Derek,
Right, should we take the luggage in?
are welcoming the first ever guests to their luxury villa.
Come on in.
Martin, Jackie and their son Connor from Cumbria have booked a last-minute week-long break. Donna can't wait to see what they think.
Hiya! Come on then, let's go and see your room.
I think Connor should. Come on then, Connor, let's go.
Come on, Connor, let's go.
This way? No? Oh, he's gone that way.
Oh dear, let's hope there's a better reaction from Mum and Dad.
We have the other double bedroom and we've just put the cot in here. You can move it about and do what you like with it, you know.
Probably a nicer room.
So this pool is exclusively for you guys. We don't use it while you're here.
Look at that.
It's a 10 by 5 metre pool. There is a deep end, so be careful.
Oh, it's lovely. Really nice. Yeah, it's perfect because Connor will be able to just run around inside. Won't you?
Just let me know if you need anything, okay?
Brilliant, thanks, Donna.
But listen, most of all, have a great holiday here.
We'll try our best.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's the law.
Is it?
After all their hard work, it seems Derek and Donna's new life is off to a great start.
Our business is up and running now. It's real.
I'll tell you what, people going back and telling their friends,
yeah,
you've started to get bookings.
A few days later, Donna and Derek have decided to celebrate the launch of their new business. They've invited their friends Mike and Debbie and their new guests to a barbecue by the pool. And there's plenty of food to go round.
These are spring onions. They're like them clackers you used to get. Do you remember them, Deb? Them clackers. They're like them, aren't they?
It's the first time cooking for guests, and it seems Martin and Jackie's expectations could be high.
The night before we set off to come here, we went to a Michelin-starred restaurant. So we'll see how good his cooking is. We know exactly what level he needs to be at to impress us anyway.
Pressure's on Derek, who's cooking up a traditional Spanish feast.
I'm going to do patatas bravas. So they basically will just do away themselves, really. Big chunks of onion for the barbecue. The little onions I will put in the paella, so not waste anything.
Derek seems to know his way around the cuisine. His kitchen hand, however, less so.
Just a dash of Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah, just a dash. No! You asked me how to make the tomato sauce. Oh, you've ruined it, that's it.
I have not ruined it. Right.
Get out!
Right, Worcestershire sauce.
You've even put that in it.
Hang on. It's not a disaster. What's wrong with that? This is why I don't cook.
The food costs Derek and Donna €90, but is at a discounted rate to their guests tonight. In the future, however, it's a service they could charge more for.
Where would you like? Where would you like it?
We've had a lovely week. They've been really, really good hosts.
They've accommodated us every possible way they possibly can. Even cooking for us this evening was great.
Can't believe we're their first guests and they haven't done this before because they're just like pros.
I'd like to make a toast to our first guests. We were quite nervous, quite apprehensive, but you have been absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant.
And
You're
I
a
really
lovely
hope
family.
you enjoy your meal.
We'll be back, don't you worry, we'll be
Cheers,
back.
everybody.
We'll be back.
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's brilliant feedback for Donna and Derek, and for them, the perfect beginning for the business.
Everything just falls into place when you're dead positive about stuff, doesn't it? Everything aligns. You get all your ducks in a row.
No, I'm always positive about things.
It's a great start, but it's a late start. With the summer nearly over, Donna and Derek may need to think about different avenues to bring in an income. At Alice and Joe's restaurant and B&B in the peaceful French countryside, it's several weeks since they hosted 2 parties on the same day.
Yeah, we're trying to set up for rather more people than we thought we had. On Monday we were on 23, I think, and we've gone up to about 120. So, yeah, we'll be fine.
Tonight's event is the most ambitious yet because they're holding a battle of the bands.
We've got 5, possibly 6 bands tonight.
Don't think there's a stitch of furniture in our house, at the restaurant, anybody's house actually. Just like every single chair that man has created in this whole area is going to be in there.
Yeah, we've never done it before, so it's always something new, isn't there, Jodie? Every day's a new day. Should we do a big, sort of long, I'm not going to say cramped, but if we can do another 45 down here, is that all of our trestles, sir?
Yes. Oh. So we're going to have to make some tables.
Okay.
But it seems Alice isn't quite as convinced with Joe's ambitious plan.
It's completely out of my normal comfort zone, that's for sure.
So you're going to go your way, aren't you, Jodie?
I just prefer running our little restaurant and our little B&B.
This could be a lucrative event. Tickets are priced at €25 per head, plus there is also a cash bar.
It'll be a great atmosphere, it'll be really good fun. Do I sound like I mean it? I mean it.
But satisfying over 100 customers at their own mini music festival isn't the only focus for Alice today. 4 hours before the Battle of the Bands is due to start, the latest B&B guests have arrived. Liz and Jeanette from Glasgow and their dog Mocha are here for 4 days.
Oh, we'll get to know each other, you're gorgeous.
I'm Liz.
Hello. Really nice to meet you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant.
This is gorgeous.
Oh, brilliant. And obviously this is the bathroom.
It's lovely. Oh, perfect. Beautiful, cool, fantastic view. Mocha likes it, so what more do we want?
But how do these guests feel about having their peace disturbed with tonight's event?
We're delighted to discover that there was a big music thing coming on tonight and a fantastic way of arriving. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
But while the guests are sorted, another problem hits Joe and Alice.
It's a couple of hours. I've just put something on social media to try and get any more bands because we've just had 2 bands cancel. One band only just got together and then they fell out within 1 week, so that was good. And yeah, the other one just changed their minds. It's quite nice when they do it 2 hours before. So we're a little worried now. But Chantal said that she'll do a number if we get really low on people.
Even though they've now found another band, Joe's still feeling nervous.
We've one more stepped in, I think. So we're, I think, up to 5. Originally we had 6. But yeah, I'm just a bit worried about how that's going to be.
Have Joe's ambitions taken them too far out of their comfort zone? For Kevin and Lisa Mitchum, it hasn't been the best of summers. At the beginning of the season, business at Kevin's kitesurfing school suffered because of problems with his website, and some extreme weather has affected bookings too.
It's been the worst summer wind-wise that Tarifa's had, like, ever, I think. Even the locals are really in shock by how much strong wind there was. It reaches a point where it's just unkiteable.
We always get a spell of 2 or 3 weeks of crazy wind like that, but often it's in February or October, and then you can just travel and find a better spot. But in the middle of the summer, you're stumped, really.
Although Kevin is the main breadwinner in the kitesurfing season, Lisa also runs a language school to help bring in extra cash to cover the leaner winter months.
Begonia, do you want to start with this one?
She can remind us.
Remind? No. What's...
Remember.
Good, well done.
But this year, things haven't been going well.
We just need to practice maybe doing it a little bit quicker. So we had 2 or 3 weeks where it was really quite stressful. We were thinking, well, you know, we're going to have to ask for a loan from the bank, or maybe like ask family or something again, which we don't really want to do.
With some uncertainty in Tarifa, Kevin needs a plan to secure their future. And now he thinks he has one. It's a plan that's taken him almost 6,000 miles south to Kenya. This is Diani Beach on the Indian Ocean, 35 kilometres south of Mombasa. With crystal clear waters, the unspoilt beach is hugged by lush gardens and exotic trees. But it's the strong winds and deep lagoons that make this part of Africa a kite surfer's dream.
My first impressions, it's paradise. I'm hoping to put a holiday package together for my customers. I'm over here to learn about the destination itself as a kite surfing spot, what potential there is, but also as well, of course, how easy it is to travel here, what options we have in terms of accommodation, just what the general vibe is around here, you know. Just to get over here just for a few days and see another part of the world and potentially have this new arm to the business, it's unbelievable.
Unlike Tarifa, winter is the best time to kitesurf here, so Kevin is checking if this could be a viable business option for his quieter months.
Hey! Hey! Jamie, how's it going, mate?
Local kitesurfing instructor Jamie has been friends with Kevin for over 10 years, and he's going to show him round.
This is the base. This is where we are.
Wow.
Kevin, meet Francesca.
Hi, Kevin.
My wife and co-director of Quest Kiteboarding.
Mrs. Hockley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jamie's kitesurfing school is purpose-built and is in the grounds of a top-class hotel right on Diani Beach.
Built it all yourself?
But, not ourselves, but we built, the design was ours, and they built it for us.
Yeah.
Just through here we have our storeroom,
wow.
all our equipment that we use. So you can see predominantly we're based as a kite school, teaching various types of kite surfing.
It's cost Kevin almost €1,000 for this trip. He needs to find out as much as he can about its kite surfing potential.
We have this reef that stretches pretty much from Somalia all the way down the East African coastline. So we've not got super high and super low. We've got this average tide going on, which makes it perfect for kite surfing.
Though this is not the best season for surfing in Kenya, Kevin still wants to try the waves.
It's pretty light, you know, as we expected, but we're going to get out a couple of big boards and see if I can get going. It's going to be touch and go. I'll probably just fall on my face or something because it's so light.
And although the location is stunning, without the wind, it's not the most exhilarating of rides.
It's good to get in the water, feel it. It's really warm, but I knew nothing much was going to happen.
While the surfing's a disappointment, Jamie has another treat up his sleeve.
All right, my love?
Watching the sun go down at one of the area's most stunning beaches.
My clients will be happy to come. From what I've seen so far, it's pretty special and very different to Europe, of course. So part of the idea of doing something like this is to run a real
adventure.
So the setting's a hit, but Kevin still would love to experience the full-on kite surfing.
It would be lovely to get out on the water, just kiting board shorts, you know, beautiful hot water, which we don't get at home. So if that happens tomorrow, there's a slight chance it's going to be stronger, it'll be fantastic.
If the wind doesn't pick up tomorrow, then his 12,000-mile round trip could be a big disappointment. Next time, the heat is on.
This is what you want to be like in 35-degree heat, it's like in front of a barbecue.
As Joe and Alice attempt another massive event.
This is the last time we'll cater for 80 to 100 people over the summer.
I think for our sanity it needs to be.
Will Kevin's Kenyan trip
How's it looking?
It's looking a little bit better than yesterday.
end on a high?
With a few more knots, we might try and just get you on the water a bit earlier.
And can a new property,
This is a huge room.
help Donna and Derek keep their dreams alive?
Rachel has got 3 viewers for this today. Hopefully, we'll get a long-term rent.
It's a dream chased by thousands of expats, setting up new lives in Europe.
It couldn't be any different than Scotland.
I feel like I've just been born.
There's great weather and property is amazing value.
Something like this in the UK would be well out of our reach.
But nothing in life is for free.
Look at that swimming pool.
Yeah, it's way too much money.
So to pay their way, enterprising expats are aiming high.
That was amazing.
And going into business.
Oh, you've done brilliantly.
On this series, we're with the brave Brits.
I think we just have opened a flower shop.
Setting sail and serving up in Spain.
Always happy customers here.
Running fishing lodges and B&Bs in France.
Oh, door's not on.
But will business boom? Or go bust?
We are quite literally dead in the water.
And will these new expats find happiness in the sun?
So proud of you and what you're setting out to do.
Today, 2 Brits ready to start their Spanish dream.
We arrived here yesterday at 3:30 with nowhere to stay.
But will they fall at the first hurdle?
I do not want to be staying in a tent on the beach while we're running a business.
Can these B&Bers
Check-ins now.
handle arrivals with no power?
So
Have you got electricity?
No.
Excellent.
It should be on by the end of the day, we believe.
And unfinished business.
He says, oh no, the house needs finishing, and he's gone off on the mower.
At a new French holiday home.
Run out of time and paint. You don't come on holiday to look at the decor, you come on holiday to relax.
If you want value for money with your property, there's no better place than rural France. It's a huge draw for thousands of expats. Expats like Derek and Debbie Shooton.
Carry on, my love. Don't miss England one little bit.
Miss people, but we don't miss England at all. With the space we have here, we would never be able to afford this in England. Yeah, we love it.
Yeah, definitely.
Derek and Debbie bought 2 detached houses just outside the town of Kite, 2 hours north of Bordeaux. With 4.5 acres of land, it cost just €330,000. It would be well over $1 million in their home county of Surrey. They're hoping to rent both to holidaymakers. One is ready, but they're now racing to complete the other in time for their first guests.
It's all a bit frantic at the moment.
Ideally, this should have been long done.
But to say the couple are behind schedule is somewhat an understatement.
I think we're going to be another hour doing this, and if Debs wants the ceiling painted, just a coat of paint, might be a bit longer. Just fed up with painting. Tired now. Had enough.
Luckily for Derek and Debbie, their guests have also been delayed, meaning at least some jobs can get finished.
Feel really sorry for them.
Yeah.
Great for us, because I can fix the toilet on the wall now.
It's a bit dirty, isn't it?
Oh, needs a hoover. It's been in the back of a dirty old car.
Yeah. I think 2 more sunbeds. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, 2 more and we're there.
Derek and Debbie don't know exactly when the guests will arrive, and Derek seems to be distracted from the job in hand.
He says, oh no, the house needs finishing, and he's gone off. He's gone wandering on the mower. What are you doing?
Opening the park.
Why?
Because it needs opening.
It's just been through the woods. It's urgent. It's urgent. Must be urgent. Needs doing.
I had 5 minutes out of the bathroom. And I shouldn't have done, really. Because the grass can be done tomorrow. No, I'm going to do all the ironing and cleaning with you.
No, I don't think you are.
And then I'm going to do the painting.
You're not going to be able to do it all, are you?
And the to-do list doesn't seem to be getting any shorter.
Up. Have I got it all then? You're helping me, but I've got the whole thing. Have you got it now?
I've got it, yeah.
Flip it.
Needs a clean.
Takes so much effort, time.
I think I've got like wipers wrist.
Where does the time go? Where do the hours go?
Just been at it all day and it's quite difficult.
But finally, they've decided they've done as much as they can.
And we can go and feed the dogs.
Because the guests stopped off en route, Derek and Debbie have arranged to leave a key, meaning that they can at least get cleaned up and have some food.
I love you.
I love you too.
What a hard week.
Yeah. Don't
Blood, sweat and
cry.
tears. No.
But despite all their endeavours, it's fair to say that there are still a few things left unfinished.
Long day,
12-hour
tiring.
day?
That's 12 hours.
Shower room upstairs looks very
Disappointing.
unfinished, doesn't it? But
We'll just apologise. We couldn't do any more, and if they don't like it,
Yeah.
I'll be surprised.
I'm not proud of myself, but I'm totally proud of Derek.
Shame it's not finished.
I think good
High
team.
five.
High five.
I know, I
High
can't.
five.
I'm tired.
High five.
I want to go home. Let's
Oh,
go
so
home.
do I. Come on.
Come on then.
The morning after, time for some early feedback from Bettina and Stephen, who are staying in the newly renovated Jeep.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. You might notice that some of it is not all the same colour because we run out of paint here as well. And Derek went and got some more and it was a different colour.
It was a different
wasn't it?
colour. So if you look at the wall,
So,
the wall was slightly different to the
to
ceiling.
the ceiling, yeah.
All right.
You never
know.
You
really not know, not at all.
This is the shower room. As you can see, we've run out of paint.
Run out of time.
Run out of
And
time
paint.
and paint.
And paint. Unfortunately about the ceiling, is that all right for you guys?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
It's really lovely, really lovely.
Okay, so have a good holiday, and if you need us, give us a shout.
Thank you very much.
It's really lovely.
The decor may not be up to Debbie and Derek's usual standards, but Stephen and Bettina couldn't be happier.
For us, it wasn't really an issue. It is a tidy sheet, it's clean.
It is.
I didn't even notice the ceiling because it wasn't something I was going to look at.
You know, we've been in far worse than this, so, so I mean, it was kind of like, it's just an old house, and you expect from old houses, you know, just part of the character and the charm, really. You don't want everything perfect, I don't think.
You don't come on holiday to look at the decor, you come on holiday to relax and enjoy yourself. And,
And you don't really look up, do
you know, if you're going to worry about a bit of paint missing,
Mm.
you know, that's, you know,
It's a nice
that's a bit
room.
picky, isn't
It's
it? But it should have been finished. When the house is empty, we'll get it finished quickly.
Snagging list aside, both properties are now up and running with bookings in the diary. But Derek and Debbie can't rest on their laurels. Not with a golf course and an archery range to build. Fuengirola in the Costa del Sol. With hundreds of bars and restaurants, competition is stiff. But that's not stopping a new British couple trying to break into this lucrative market.
We've driven down here, it's taken us 3 days, but we got here. It's probably been the most stressful time of my life.
Nick and Leslie Simmons from Swansea have only recently got married. And with the honeymoon barely over, they've decided to run a restaurant.
We haven't been together for 2 years, and in them 2 years, we've met, got engaged, we've got married, we've emigrated, starting a business. So it's all been a bit, you know, nuts, to say the least, isn't it?
Yeah.
The new business is an established tapas bar and bistro in the town square.
It is a nice place. We were just blown away by it, to be honest, Leslie, wasn't it?
It didn't need anything doing to it. It already had a name for itself. It's established. The food is absolutely lovely there. It had just had a big makeover. It was spotlessly clean. The staff were nice there.
Yeah.
Everything about it just did it for me.
It should bring in money from day one, and it needs to, as the 5-year lease has cost £51,000.
I'd say about 3/4 of our money has gone into that business. So, you know, there's no question about it. This business has got to work, and I'm sure it will, but we know it's going to be hard work.
Their new life in the sun hasn't had the best start. Their 1,500-mile journey took a day longer than planned, so the owner of the apartment they'd agreed to rent leased it to someone else.
We arrived here yesterday at 3:30 with nowhere to stay.
Nick and Leslie need a home for their new life in Spain, so they've come to see a local estate agent, Carlos.
Yeah, we're looking at possibly a long-term contract, 2 or 3 bedroom apartment, Carlos. Somewhere close round here.
Leslie and Nick have a budget of €700 a month, but in summer demand is high.
Pleasure, thanks Carlos. See you Tuesday.
My hands full.
Have a nice weekend.
Cheers Carlos. Cheers.
They have some short-term accommodation for 7 days.
Right. Do you want me to take this?
Yeah.
Okay.
But after that, they'll be homeless.
Oh, nice and cool down here. The warm weather, you know, people are so relaxed over here. I think that's what it's all about.
It's the lifestyle, isn't it? It's the lifestyle that we want, you know.
But their euphoria doesn't last long.
Right, has anyone got a long stick?
We're having problems opening the gate. The lock to the gate is sticking, so we probably have to ring the agents. Lucky I have a sense of humour.
Maybe it needs a feminine touch.
Well done.
Oh, it's a hero!
Yes.
Phew, finally the couple can unpack, for a week at least.
What's in the view? Amazing. This is a dream, isn't it? It's
This
fantastic.
is stunning.
This is absolutely stunning. I think we couldn't have dreamed this, could we? Especially over the last couple of days. It's been so, you know, stressful. And it's nice to know now we've got a place to stay for the time being. It's going to be comfortable. Definitely does it for me.
And me, yeah.
Happy days.
But they need to find a permanent solution fast, or they'll be homeless just as they take over their new bistro. Thousands of people flock to the Dordogne every year to sample diverse cuisine and wonderful wines. Joe Gell and Alice Barnett are one couple cashing in on this market.
People who checked in really want to eat outside if they can, so we've got them a table of 4.
With their own B&B and restaurant near the town of Vertiac.
Oh, it's so nice to see you guys. So super.
This season has been their busiest yet. They've branched out into large-scale events.
Wowee.
And things have gone relatively smoothly.
Thank you, it's absolutely lovely.
Oh, I'm really pleased.
Until now. It's mid-September. Last night, a massive storm hit the area and their outdoor furniture has bore the brunt.
This one is absolutely trashed. This one is going to go to the Marquee graveyard this afternoon.
They will face a hefty bill to replace it, but that's the least of their worries. The storm's also knocked out their electricity supply.
It rained all night, but the actual storm, it blew up so fast. It was 20 minutes, but to take all of our marquees down, everything in the garden was knocked over, and then no power.
We live in rural France, it does happen. It's happened to the whole of the southwest of France today.
The B&B and restaurant have been without power for almost 2 hours.
We've got no electricity.
I've got baguette though.
We've got bread. Yeah.
With guests booked in, more due to arrive and a full dinner service, it's not good news.
Cooking on gas.
We are cooking on gas. Breakfast will be fine because we still have gas, so we can make our coffee. Our main concern is tonight we have 35 people booked in for dinner. So breakfast will be fine.
With so many customers depending on them for both the restaurant and the B&B, the power cut is becoming a real challenge.
L'électricité.
Je pense que je vais en retrouver, oui.
I can put candles in people's rooms, that's no problem. We can try and make it look lovely, but there will be a point, if it doesn't come back on today, that the hot water will run out. And that's never happened to us.
3 hours later and there's still no power in the area. And now the latest B&B guests have arrived.
Check-ins, now. Yeah. Great, no electricity.
I just said to them, I did warn them, but it's all gone a little bit mental.
Okay.
I believe you've had some fun here.
Nice to meet you.
Time for Alice to break the news.
So
yes.
Have you got electricity?
No.
Excellent.
It should be on by the end of the day, we believe, because every other village near here had theirs turned on by 10 o'clock this morning.
Right.
We have loads of booze and we
have
can
a
still
brew.
make tea and coffee.
Coffee is important and wine is important.
Tea and
All of those things we can still provide.
well, that's
Excellent.
marvellous.
Luckily for Joe and Alice, their new guests are very understanding.
Bathroom in the dark, that's okay. I know where everything is. As long as I can have a drink of some description, that's absolutely fine.
Should we kick off with tea?
Yeah, good one. Yeah.
Regular tea or a coffee?
Coffee, please.
Regular
One coffee
tea
and
for
one
me,
tea?
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
That can be arranged.
Yeah.
In fact, Bill and Kate seem to be enjoying the peace.
There's no noise,
No, it's really
which is
hushed,
fab, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not relaxing for Alice, though.
Wednesdays, for some reason, really, really busy.
The restaurant is almost fully booked, and she's now worried about no-shows.
I don't think everybody that's booked will come tonight. I think probably a lot of our customers are having the same problems with us, and I think they'll probably be trying to deal with their fridges, their freezers, everything going on in their own house, shopping for candles and all of that kind of thing.
Is Alice and Joe's great season about to end on a low? 100 kilometres north of the Dordogne is Charente. It's known for its unspoilt countryside, rolling vineyards, and of course the world's most famous brandy, cognac. 16,000 Brits call this area home, and for those looking to escape to a more laid-back way of life, this is the perfect place to be.
There's no traffic jams
No.
as such on the road.
If we see 5 cars in a row, we
call
think,
it a
wow,
traffic
that's a
jam."
traffic jam here. It's really funny.
Peter and Zoe Thurston Hodge and their 12-year-old daughter Ella swapped suburban Surrey for the commune of Villers-Cotterêts.
It's nice.
An area with a population of just 170.
It reminds me of England, say 30 or 40 years ago, where children can be children for a bit longer. There isn't all the hype on
High heels
and lipstick and so much. So they get to be children for another 4 or 5 years longer, which was quite important to me. We're going to spend a lot more family time together.
As well as quality of life, the family have found value for money.
I've always wanted a swimming pool, and I pretty much designed this on my own.
They've traded their 4-bed semi for an 8-bed dwelling with a pool, part of which they plan to renovate into a holiday gîte. Plus, they also bought this 2-bed rental cottage just down the road. It's late May and Peter and Zoe are putting the finishing touches to the cottage, ready for the start of the summer season.
What I need is a level, because Zoe has to have everything perfectly level.
It's all new to Zoe and Peter, and they have a lot to learn.
No, that's not right. The bubble's just moved.
You've moved the picture, that's why.
Including the joys of working together.
I think that's just perfect
I
over
think
that
it's
bed.
too low.
Now the cottage meets Zoe's high standards, they just need paying guests to enjoy it.
It's really important to make the cottage work because this is going to be one of our main sources of income. We've already used up all of our savings, so if the cottage doesn't rent this summer, then we're going to be in a bit of a sort of...
Bit of a pickle.
Bit of a pickle, really, for want of a better word.
But the couple still have stacks of work to do to turn the larger property into a second holiday home. But they're quickly realising it's not as easy as they first thought.
You're looking through rose-tinted glasses and you think, wow, you know, we can move straight in there.
Yeah.
But what you don't realise behind them doors is a secret. I would suggest, if you're thinking of coming out with a budget,
Triple it.
Yes.
The couple budgeted €150,000 for the renovations and are doing most of the work between them.
I'll make you a schedule. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I'd love a schedule.
You'd love a schedule.
Fortunately, former school site manager Peter is a dab hand at DIY.
It should be that one.
But some tasks are proving a little challenging.
When I was painting, I went to move a wire. As I grabbed it, I got thrown across the room quite quickly. But never mind. I'll check it all now.
Nothing.
Definitely dead, yeah?
Yeah, definitely dead. What shot did you have first? Where was that from?
Marrying you.
While their cottage is ready for guests, they need to finish the gîte renovations to cash in on the summer season.
Yay! We need to get it ready to photograph really in the next 2 weeks. We need it rented, otherwise we won't be able to buy food this winter.
For the next month, Zoe and Peter work day and night on renovating the gîte.
We just keep working at the pace we're at. It'll all come together.
And finally, by mid-July, they've crossed the finish line. They have transformed the old dwelling into a luxury gîte with open-plan living space, a new kitchen, and of course the stunning swimming pool.
Ready? And then shake. And again.
The family are now ready to host up to 12 holidaymakers a week.
I'm going to go to sleep now till Dad calls me.
But as the summer season starts, Peter and Zoe are flat broke.
The whole renovation is with the pool, 250,000.
Yeah.
That's
It's all our money from England, plus the reserve that I had. There isn't any more money, and that's quite serious, really. If this doesn't earn enough,
then we're going to have to sell it and go
you're going to
back.
have to go and find the job.
So will these two properties bring in enough income for the couple to carry on living a dream life in the French countryside? In Fuengirola, newlyweds Nick and Leslie Simmons have had a stressful few days since they arrived to start their new life in the sun.
We come to Spain to relax, obviously work hard, but, you know, be more laid back, more relaxed. But at the minute, it's opposite to that.
And now they only have 3 days left in their temporary accommodation. It's critical they find somewhere more permanent to live.
The last thing we want is, when we're running a business, having nowhere to live. Or still going for viewings, because believe me, we won't have the time to do that as we're going into the height of the season. And I do not want to be staying in a tent on the beach while we're running a business.
So today they're house hunting with estate agent Carlos.
Guys, the situation is this. I will show you a couple of properties today, okay? But it's quite complicated to find something for long term at the beginning of the summer. Here in Spain, everything is really busy. So I've been talking with one of the owners of this property. He's open to rent for short term, at least 4 or 6 months.
Done?
Do it.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
It's the start of the summer season, so decent apartments are scarce. But Carlos has found 2 properties to show them.
The property's over there, on the first floor.
Oh, first floor.
Property 1 is a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment in the pretty town of Calahonda, 12 kilometres from their new business. It comes with parking and a shared swimming pool.
Oh, it's nice and cool in there.
Yeah.
Lovely size in there.
Do you have the master rooms connected with the bathroom? You have a wardrobes?
Yeah. Nice size kitchen.
It's got everything that we want.
What do you think?
Yeah, what do you think?
It's not doing it for me.
Yeah, I quite like it. I think it's spacious, big balcony. It's ideal. It's situated in a quiet place. Lovely facilities. How much is this place?
700.
700 euros, right.
Yeah.
It's right on their maximum budget of £600, but Leslie's still not sure.
Well, I think from potentially sleeping in a car to this is paradise. So I'll take this now. That's my view.
Maybe the next apartment can do better. It's situated in Fuengirola.
Okay, guys, come on.
Okay.
Just a short walk from their new bistro.
You have this is the first level.
Okay.
You got the wash machine outside. You have a lot of little terrace over here.
Yeah.
Right.
Next to the swimming pool.
Oh, it's a lovely sized balcony in there. Is it doing it for you?
It is doing it for me.
This property has 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, including a master with an ensuite, as well as the use of a communal pool.
From my point of view, I think this is more spacious. I think it's very got Spanish theme to it. It's perfectly situated. It's quiet. But is it within budget?
Okay, guys, we have here another 2 rooms.
Okay.
With another bathroom. About half in the bath.
Lovely.
Give me a bath.
After working all them hours in the restaurant, it'd be nice to come home and relax in a bath, wouldn't it?
Fantastic.
And Carlos has saved the best feature till last.
Let me show you. There you have sea views as well.
Oh, fantastic, isn't it? The size of it.
Brilliant. You don't even have to go and sunbathe by the pool.
The property comes with its very own roof terrace, with views over the pool and sea.
Definitely does it for me. Coming up here, eating your evening meal, looking over the sea, innit? It just blows me away.
But these luxuries come with a price tag to match.
This one is a 1,200 because you're on the prime location.
Yeah, of course you are.
Just 10 steps to the beach.
Despite being €500 a month over their budget, Leslie and Nick aren't put off.
This feels like I'm in somebody's house and not an apartment.
That's important, I think, isn't it? It's definitely something to think about, isn't it?
But with a new business to pay for, can they really afford to let their hearts rule their heads? One thing's for sure, they need to make a decision, and fast.
I feel that over the last week, if we hadn't laughed a lot, I could just sit down and cry.
It is important we get somewhere to live in it. Otherwise, it's back to the car, kiddo. Happy days. And there's no ensuite in the car, believe me.
Near the town of Kue, Derek and Debbie Shooton have been thinking long and hard about how they can attract more guests this summer, because the gîte business is a very competitive market.
I think we worry because we've both obviously given up our jobs and we've still got to help our children back in England, and it's all about not really digging into our savings, and that's the worry. Neither of us have a pension.
One way they hope to find a niche in the market is by offering more activities to their guests, like archery. And luckily, Derek has had some previous experience.
I remember doing it fondly as a child, as a young man,
in the Scouts,
and with my uncle, and won't ever go at it.
So the archery will be here. I'm going to start reading up on it, and we'll have kiddies archery and adult archery here, so I can teach them, and I know the principles of it, the safety and what the protective equipment you need is. So I'll be just doing supervised shoots here. So I don't think the insurance company would like it that much, but if it's supervised and proper and we're doing it away, then it's at people's own risk, but it should be safe as houses.
A few days later, and Derek's homemade target stand is beginning to take shape. Sort of.
I've got to drill some holes in it, put some pegs, and then I've got to get them together somehow. I haven't quite worked out how yet. That should sit. It should sit somewhere like that, holding that in place.
A few more days later, and Derek is finally ready to test out his DIY archery range with Debbie.
It's very windy.
No.
I think you need a bit of string
We're going to hold it there then?
Hold it.
No, you hold it.
No. It's a bit rubbish, isn't it?
Derek hasn't fired any arrows since he was a Boy Scout, but will it all come back to him?
Oh, you're not getting anywhere near the target. You make it look very easy there.
I keep pulling to the
left.
To the left.
So if you aim more to the right, you should hit the target then.
Yeah, nearly went in the field.
So no points on the board so far, and to make matters worse, he's lost most of his arrows.
I can't believe it's gone missing just like that. Definitely went past the target, didn't it? That is absolutely mad.
And after finding most of the arrows, Debbie is up next.
Well, that's got a bit
I
higher.
hit my nose then. Where did it go?
About halfway. Nil. Oh, nearer.
Why do I keep hitting my face?
An hour later, there are still no scores on the board, and lost arrows are nearly in double figures, when Debbie gives it one last go.
Is he going to be beaten? That's better! Hey!
High five!
And you're in the ring!
I'm in the ring!
Shall I put your score down?
Look at that. Well in.
Derek and Debbie pride themselves on customer service and are now hosting 2 more families who have taken over both properties.
Makes a massive difference. We've been to places where the hosts didn't interact with us at all. You may not even meet the host, you turn up, things are there. Knowing that they're there, they come and see how you're getting on, give you advice about places to go, things to see.
And now Derek and Debbie have persuaded the group to test run the archery range.
That's it, you've got to keep your elbow up so it's all in line, and then look down and then... Hey! He's there! Robin of the Hood. Guests are too good. I'm banning them from coming.
It's not long before all of their guests want to try.
That's it.
Go on, Olivia. That's how you do it, okay, everybody?
Yeah. He'd be good, wouldn't he? Was that my tuition skills?
The tournament is an unqualified success.
Oh, it's great fun. It sort of gets everyone together because everyone can have a go. Olivia's about to go and, in fact, she is shooting some more. Oh! She feels part of it and it just gets all the different people together.
Oh! Just having extra things you can do within the grounds and not having to go anywhere is a really, really nice thing to have.
Oh, that was so well done. It was a success. They want to do more, we want to go home. We need a rest, we're tired out.
It's good that they're sort of more keen than us now.
People having fun, doing something you can't do at home in your back garden.
And that they keep wanting to have it.
Yeah.
They want another go all the time, don't they?
A bit of competition, they all liked it.
Debbie and Derek will definitely be adding archery to their list of activities on offer. But their development plans don't stop there. The next step is a golf course. In Villers-Couture, Peter, Zoe and their daughter Ella have finished their renovations to create a beautiful home for them. And a 5-bedroom luxury gîte for guests. But they're now in desperate need of bookings.
Everything that's been done has been done by you, really, hasn't it?
It's now July and the ambitious project has drained most of their energy as well as their bank account.
A year ago I thought it was very, very easy and we'd get there and everything would be rosy, but it isn't, and it's hard work. Yeah. And today I'm thinking,
we've got there.
I've got there.
The family also own a holiday cottage a short drive down the road. Together, the two properties could bring them an income of €2,000 a week, money they desperately need. And in just 2 days, the first ever guests are coming to stay.
I'm not terrified, it's fine. well, it's all under control, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
But Peter won't be around to welcome them.
It's to bring all the tea bags back in when you come back.
The goodies.
He's flying to the UK with daughter Ella for a family wedding, leaving Zoe to run the place alone.
How are you feeling about leaving me?
Oh, I think you'll be fine.
Since they moved in, Peter has been doing most of the maintenance, so before he jets off, he needs to show Zoe the ropes, including the pool alarm.
If anyone falls in,
yeah,
it'll go off. So I'm going to send it off. Right, that's armed, so the light's not flashing.
Okay.
That's ready in case someone fell in.
Okay. That's on then.
That's armed.
6 feet, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's the easy part of it all.
And the hard part?
Get it right, that's it. Just tap it on the side. That is a stag beetle.
Oh my God.
Insects ejected from the pool.
Right, bye.
It's time for Peter and Ella to say au revoir.
Have a nice time.
See you later.
You're a good girl, yeah? Yeah.
Leaving inexperienced Zoe by herself managing the fledgling business.
Usually if something happens, I could go, Peter, come and help do this, but no, I haven't got anybody.
Two days later, and with the first guests due to arrive in a couple of hours, Zoe is sorting the finishing touches.
We always knew we were going to supply, a welcome basket and wine. The wine really doesn't cost very much out here, and I just think it's a nice touch.
They're here.
The two families have driven over from Wales, and with 9 of them in tow, it will test the capacity of the new gîte.
You've got a little book here that just gives you lots of information as well, and some things about the house.
Can we stay in this room?
You can make yourself comfortable.
This is my room.
This is a what room? Sorry?
This is my room.
That's just you.
And Olivia.
Don't tell anyone, I think this one's my favourite.
Peter and Zoe's very first guests seem impressed with their home for the next fortnight.
Yeah, it is beautiful.
Really friendly welcome and much nicer than I thought it would be, in the photographs you saw.
And it is nice, it is out of the way, and it's got everything. It looks like it's got everything here.
We're sort of near enough to tourist places with La Rochelle and things, but far enough away that we can have a quiet week.
Nice glass of red.
As the guests settle in for the night, Zoe can finally unwind.
Not very much, is it? I might have to open another one later.
It's a peaceful end to a hectic week.
I just want to go to sleep. It'll be literally one glass of wine and I'll be zonked.
But just as Zoe is about to relax, the pool alarm has been activated.
So I need to just make sure nobody's drowning in it. Okay.
Everything's
Because you see, I have to run down and check when I do that.
Don't worry.
As Zoe's new role as holiday host begins, it seems the dream of a quiet life may still be a way off.
Right, I'm going to go and sit on the sofa now and put my feet up.
Just outside Vertiac in the Dordogne, restaurant and B&B owners Joe and Alice have a major problem.
We're definitely cooking on gas today.
Can't believe this happened today.
But I don't quite know how I'm going to serve from here in the pitch dark.
Their whole area has had a power cut and been without electricity for more than 12 hours.
Often you have a storm and the power gets knocked out for a few hours. It's not normally really long, and people do take it seriously, and the power company comes out really, really fast. Because there's so many businesses relying on the power. But yeah, this one seems to have gone on a bit longer, which makes me think maybe it's a little bit more serious.
With a fully booked B&B and dinner service, Joe has had to think hard about the menu.
We're just going to have to change it around a little bit. This week the menu is celebrating the oyster because it's September, and that's the first month that the oysters sort of come back. But then I was going to do deep fried oysters with an Asian salad. Obviously the deep fryer is probably not going to be working, but I can set up a fryer on the stovetop. We can do it. One of the people that are staying here has just offered me a head torch, so maybe I'll go miner style.
Joe and Alice know closing tonight would be bad for business, so they're pushing on regardless. But then, just as they've given up all hope...
We have light.
Electricity.
The electricity is back. No, we're over the moon because, well, we could have done it and it would have been romantic and lovely. We're very, very pleased to have it back on. Just makes our lives a little bit easier. We can use like deep fat fryers and ovens and stuff, you know.
The storm may have blown away their marquees after a busy season of events, but at least their restaurant in the French countryside can keep trading.
And you feel responsible. You feel responsible for the weather. It's like, you know, when did I become Michael Fish?
Later that evening, with the power back on and a busy service, Alice and Joe are settling back into their stride.
We've got a fully booked restaurant. Every single person's turned up. We didn't actually think a lot of people would because of the power cut. Some people that are dining with still don't have any power in their house. So it's kind of amazing that everybody arrived. Our rooms have hot water and lighting, and it's a great atmosphere. We're packed. It's lovely. Will you be coming again? Oh, certainly.
And there's good feedback from the guests.
I'm 71 and it's my first oyster. How good is that?
An excellent start to the holiday, yeah.
We're just really glad it all came back on and everything was good.
There's no doubt Joe and Alice have successfully expanded their business and can now look forward to next season.
Some days it's a good question what keeps us here, because some days you're so tired and you're really up against it and you're just like, why am I doing this? And you think of, you know, your past life when you were sitting behind a computer and, you know, earning so much an hour and going home at 5 o'clock and having weekends off and being able to attend functions or have a social life. But you get up every morning and you look around you and you just think, this is stunning.
It may have been a hard slog, but with the help of their new team this year, it's been made possible.
Grab on!
So today, they want to take them out to celebrate.
It's a bit woggly, isn't it?
Jodie, Chantal and Ange will still be with us for the whole winter, but various members of our team are leaving for the winter, so it's really great to hang out.
I like this game.
We have never had such a great team as we have had this year. It's really brilliant.
High five! High five! High five!
This season has been absolutely fantastic. There have been high days and low days, don't get me wrong, but I think we've rocked it. And coming to the end, you can say that in hindsight. It's really easy to say it because it's like, yeah, it's done now.
Ding, 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 ding.
I'd just like to say a massive thank you to everybody for this year. Everyone's worked their socks off. Can you all come back again next year, please?
We don't know.
Cheers, everybody. Well done.
Cheers.
It's been, without a doubt, a hugely successful year, and now Joe and Alice are already planning for the next 12 months.
We've got some massive refurbs to do in November. We're moving the kitchen, doing the bathrooms and the rooms, and so we'll be closed down for November. And then we will be back into full swing in December, and we're already fully booked for Christmas. So, yeah, not too much rest for people, a little bit.
Next time, Derek and Debbie's grand plans for a golf course.
It's just a little pitch and putt, so you can just have a play around.
Can they pull off their ambitious design?
Work of art coming up. Ta-da! Shall I just run away?
Leslie and Nick begin working in their new bar.
Go on, Bennett.
Can they stand the heat?
I didn't think it was going to be this difficult.
And a late night pool party.
11 o'clock at night, they came back and swam.
Gives Peter and Zoe a challenging dilemma.
This could be a bit awkward because it might turn into an argument.